Good evening. This is a Tuesday, December 14th, 2021, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting. It is 5:30 and we'll call the meeting to order. We have 6 board members present. If you could call the roll, please.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Here.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Here.
Mrs. Stufen?
Here.
Mrs. Troutman's here. Mrs. Caforio?
Here. So we have all 6 board members present, 1 absent. And if I could have a motion to go into closed session.
I move that the board, move into closed session for the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee for the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 120/2C1 for the purchase or lease of real property for the use of the public body, including meetings held for the purpose of discussing whether a particular parcel should be acquired. 5 ILCS 122C5. The setting of a price for sale or lease of property owned by the public body. 5 ILCS 122C6. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. Litigation when an action against, affecting, or on behalf of the particular public body has been filed and is pending before a court or administrative tribunal, or when the public body finds that an action is probable or imminent. 5 ILCS 122C11. Discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the public, by the body of the minutes, or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06. 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites,
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen,
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
and Mrs. Caforio.
Yes, 6 ayes, no nays, 1 absent. The board is now going into closed session. Good evening, and welcome to the Tuesday, December 14th, 2021 regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting and levy for the public hearing. The board has been in closed session since 5:30 for items on the agenda. We have all 7 board members present. Governor Pritzker moved Illinois into Phase 5 related to the COVID-19 pandemic for all Illinois counties. In accordance with Board Policy 2.230, members of the public may provide public comment at the meeting. Public will be allocated up to 3 minutes per speaker. The board president has set the length of 45 minutes as the length of time for public comment for this section of the meeting. Standardizing public comment sign-up time. The sign-in sheet is numbered. Speakers will now be called by number using a random number generator application to determine the order of the public comment speakers. Once a random number is generated, the board secretary will call the speaker's name that correlates with the number on the sign-in sheet. Board meetings continue to be live streamed for viewing on the district's website. Electronic public viewing can be found at Board Docs by clicking the video button. Okay, at this time, I would ask that we stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so tonight we begin with the best part of the meeting, which is the recognition and spotlight of some of our students and our schools. So I'd like to begin with the Yes I Can Awards. So if Paul Roslin and Franco Bibiano, I hope I got that right, they could come up, and if their parents, want to come up as well, yes, they can. Yeah. Do you want to just stand in the middle? Oh, you know what? I love it. I love your award. I'm so glad to see it. So if you want to turn around, and Dr. Rubenstein's going to read some words and kind of honor you and tell us about the award. And then we definitely want to get pictures and shake each of your hands. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Rubenstein.
Good evening. Tonight we are pleased to honor 2 students who exemplify what it means to be exceptional. Franco Bibiano, a freshman at York High School, and Paul Rosland, a student at our newly renovated and renamed Bridges Transition Center, were recently recognized by the Illinois Council for Exceptional Children with the Yes I Can Award. These awards are designed to recognize students with disabilities who demonstrate determination and achievement in multiple ways. There are 6 categories of recognition, including academics, arts, school and community activities, technology, and transition. This year, Franco and Paul took home awards in the categories of school achievement and transition, respectively. Every one of our students has a story. The stories of Paul and Franco are particularly noteworthy for overcoming adversity and for their continued perseverance. Franco was honored under the school achievement category and recognized for his industrial technology and woodworking skills. While Franco was scheduled to take these courses at Bryan last year during the time that the students were learning remotely, he was not able to do so. Franco and his team worked together to make sure that his schedule was rearranged so that his preferred classes of technology and woodworking were included in his schedule once in-person instruction resumed. Franco excelled in his final year at Bryan, and thanks to the outstanding support of his team and his wonderfully supportive parents. To top all this off, Franco is a star of the York Special Olympics basketball team and is the light of any room that he walks into. As soon as I started in the district, several families asked me if I had met Franco, and I'm so glad that we've connected. Every student has a support team, and in Franco's case, we would be remiss if we did not specifically thank some of the adults who worked with him during the last year to make Franco's achievements in the area of technology possible. With us this evening, I believe, are several Bryan Middle School teachers, including Julianne Fisher, Kurt Sanderson, and Bryan Middle School Assistant Principal Tom Sheehan. Finally, we can't forget about the outstanding support that Franco receives from his family, including his wonderful mother, Elena, his father, Frank, who are here this evening to receive this great honor from our Board of Education. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Skip Coombe, who is going to read the recognition related to Paul Roslin.
Thank you. As Dr. Rubenstein noted, Paul Roslin, a student at our newly renovated and renamed Bridges Transition Center, was honored for his hard work at our Transition Center. For the board members who have been to the new Transition Center and met the students, you likely recognize Paul, as he is known as the mayor of the Transition Center. Or really anywhere he goes, he's the mayor. He is truly an exceptional human being with a bright future ahead of him. Paul is an incredibly respectful and courteous person. He is energetic and outgoing. Paul possesses a strong work ethic and is motivated to please people and fulfill his responsibilities. Paul has made remarkable strides in the core areas of transition, which include independent living and vocational training. Paul has made a strong impression at each of his vocational training experiences, both in high school and at the Transition Center. Paul has completed vocational training opportunities through the local Elmhurst businesses. During his time in the D205 Transition Services Program, Paul has completed training at Rough Life and McMaster Carr. He obtained gainful employment at Jewel Osco in September 2019 and has maintained his employment to the present date. Paul has received positive evaluations from all of his vocational training sites and his employment. His supervisors acknowledge that Paul has excellent interpersonal and communication skills, demonstrates a willingness to learn, has a can-do attitude, produces quality work, and makes a positive impact on the worksite. Paul takes pride in getting to know his supervisors, co-workers, and customers. Paul's accomplishments in his 2 years with the D205 18 to 21 transition services have made a big impact on himself, his classmates, and his teachers. He too has supporters with us this evening, and there are several people who have worked with him along the way. Steve Westendorf and Tim Welton are two of his teachers at the Bridges Transition Center, and he is joined this evening by his parents, Patricia and Paul. Would you please join me in honoring these two outstanding students who truly deserve to be celebrated? Congratulations, Franco and Paul.
So if you could walk around and either fist bump or elbow bump the board members and the administrators, we want to make sure we give you lots of congratulations, and then we'll take a picture.
Steve and Tim and anyone else that was part of the, you guys want to come up for pictures? Well, yep.
Great, you're all set.
Okay. Next up, we have the Council for Exceptional Children Staff Recognition, Ms. Danielle Mitchell. If you could come up,
Exactly. Yep.
stand in the middle.
There you go.
Stand in the middle.
Stand in the middle. There you go.
Yeah.
All right. Our next recognition this evening is for a special education teacher from Hawthorne Elementary School, Mrs. Danielle Mitchell. Mrs. Mitchell was recently recognized by the Council for Exceptional Children. So you just heard about the Illinois Council for Exceptional Children. This is the International Council for Exceptional Children, so the overarching organization, as a part of their 100th birthday celebration. As you may know, the field of education is currently facing a shortage of educators, the likes of which have never been seen before. Amongst the hardest hit fields has been special education. In fact, 48 states and the District of Columbia currently report shortages of special education teachers, and enrollment in teacher preparation programs has dropped 35% over the last 5 years, foreshadowing an insufficient pipeline of special education teachers. CEC is sharing 100 stories from teachers around the world who have shown a passion, dedication, and commitment to making a difference in the lives of their students. These stories serve to elevate the profession of special education and support CEC's efforts to attract, prepare, and retain new educators into the field. The organization hopes that as more young people see these stories, that they will find themselves and be attracted to the field. We nominated Mrs. Mitchell because she works with our youngest students in kindergarten through 2nd grade as a resource teacher. During this time, she supports each student with their individual needs by differentiating both academically and environmentally. She collaborates consistently with all staff, working with the student to go above and beyond what a student needs each day and problem solves to ensure a successful learning experience. She also worked with students outside of the classroom with the NORA project within our school to support students with special education needs to interact with other general education students. We are so proud of Mrs. Mitchell and that the video and work will be a part of the history of CEC, where she will attract new teachers into this great field. Please join me in congratulating Mrs. Danielle Mitchell, who is one of CEC's 100 educators this year and one of Elmhurst's very best.
Oh, no, we need, yeah.
Scott, how are you? No, I got my troops. I got my band. I got my posse in them. Sure. I couldn't do it alone. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have Mr. Pliskota and maybe a couple representatives from his team
Yes.
who are here to do a spotlight on Edison.
Thanks,
So I'll turn
Kate.
it over to you.
Thanks. Kate Cortez and Heather Nonsek are here with me. They're our instructional coaches at our school building. Thank you. Thanks for having us here today to talk about Edison School. As we think about Edison School this year, we can't help but to think about Lincoln School as well. Keep them in those thoughts. While this moment, I'd like to present and I'd like to thank and recognize those who have had a positive impact on the transition for EddyLink. Specifically, I'd like to recognize our students for a smooth transition. The EddyLink students just think this is the way it's supposed to be. This is my teacher. These are my classmates. Lincoln parents, I want to recognize them for accepting the challenges of a one-year experience across town. And some of those parents are experiencing children in 3 different schools. And lastly, I want to recognize our EddyLink staff. We hear about those staff members in this presentation a little bit later, but they've accepted the transition and the challenges that have begun more than a year ago today. These staff members have packed, unpacked, and soon will be packing and unpacking again. They have set up classrooms. They've lived through construction. They've had experienced new technology devices such as the Clever Touch panels. In our new buildings, they have asked simple everyday questions like, where's the interoffice envelopes? or how to get staples for my stapler. They've experienced new teammates in their PLCs, and they've adapted to new building procedures and routines. I appreciate the effort, the patience, the understanding of each of these groups, and I wish to thank them. As for tonight, we appreciate the opportunity to share our thoughts and celebrate the engagement of our staff and how they have shown the positive extreme strength in instructional coaching. Teachers are learners, and often they are the first ones to tell students that they must become lifelong learners themselves. Our students admire and look up to our teachers, and so it's only fitting that teachers model that learning by using instructional coaching. Our celebration is about the coaching role at EddyLink, the staff members of Edison and Lincoln School. These two groups of teachers have come together with some similar and some different teaching perspectives. Their ideas and thoughts, their structures, routines, and procedures. But as expected, student learning is the focus of their learning and teaching, and how we get there can be a little bit different. Our teachers have focused on a variety of professional practices with our instructional coaches. And it doesn't matter if you're a young non-tenured teacher or a 30-year veteran. Our focus for teaching and our focus for coaching is to motivate teachers to improve and strengthen their instructional practice. Let's hear a little bit about our instructional coaching practice from Kate Cortez and Heather Nonsek.
Thank you so much for having us. Am I shorter?
Yeah, this isn't gonna go.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us. Coming into this year, we knew we would have a few unique challenges and opportunities, and we really wanted to foster an environment where staff not only learned from one another, but alongside one another. And we have been super encouraged and excited by the way that coaching has taken off with the merged staff, the blended staff of EddyLink this year. And we're just really happy to be here to celebrate that with you.
For example, something to share and that we're really proud of is over half of our teachers thus far, so just 3 months in, have engaged with us, whether it's myself or Kate, in a coaching cycle, which usually requires us to go ahead and really partner, set a goal, go ahead and co-plan and collaborate around that goal and reflect all around student growth. And we've been able to see some of that progress.
In addition, we have a opportunity for some monthly learning that kind of reoccurs at each of our late starts that we've had fantastic enthusiasm around. We're calling it Strategy Spotlight. And each month, staff is introduced to a new, really high leverage instructional strategy. They learn about it, and then they go back to their classrooms and they try it with their students. And the best part of it is throughout that month, they are sharing artifacts, photos, videos of that strategy in action with their students. And we come together and we celebrate and we share and we learn from each other about how that impacted learning in each of these classrooms. And the coolest thing is we've got tons of strategies that they're using and the learning that they are gaining from these new strategies.
So with that said, our hope tonight is really to celebrate the professional learning that all of our staff is engaging in. And in order to do that too, we felt like they could go ahead and really share some of those successes with you guys best. So we have a quick video to honor some of their words and celebrations within that learning.
Let's hope it works.
We've been collaborating with our coach to help meet the needs of our students in math, and we did a pre-test to collect data to create Tier 1 and Tier 2 groups to work on accuracy and fluency with multiplication facts.
This year, Kate and I have been working on fiction signposts with my students so that they can better understand the text that they're reading in class.
So this year we've done a lot of planning for our new curriculum, both our math curriculum and our reading curriculum, and it's been really great. We've been able to navigate and plan out some of that curriculum together.
I worked with both Kate and Heather this year on implementing literacy routines that encompass encoding, decoding, and fluency.
Well, I've actually done a lot of work with our coach this year. I love how open she's been to coming into my room for things that are really quick, like starting up a sound wall in my room, or things that have been a longer process, like taking a standard and breaking it down into the steps we need to take to make sure that we're scaffolding it enough for our students.
Working with our coach impacted our practice because before we started collaborating with Kate, we kind of used a lot of different resources for practicing multiplication facts, but we weren't doing as much with teaching the students strategies. And so since we've been working with Kate, it helped us help our students create more of a number sense.
I like it when other teachers come in because then we can see different ways that they teach, and then we can choose which one's best for us. Because if there was only one teacher, then we would have one way, but when multiple teachers come in, then you can have different ways and then figure out which way is best for you.
The biggest impact I've seen with my students is that they're using some of the strategies that we've given them. For example, we've created a sound wall in my room, and our kids have taken the patterns that they struggle with and they put it into their own writer's notebook, and then they're using that during their writing to look back and figure out how to spell words properly.
So, my teacher has explained what a coaching is and why she wanted to work with a coach. And I think it's really cool that our teacher is still always a student, and however old you get, you're still a student.
I think it's really cool how Miss Adele is still learning and growing, and she's also teaching us and expecting us to learn and grow, which we do.
With coaching has really brought us together because we've been able to implement different strategies with our own classrooms, but then at Late Starts we've been meeting together and sharing pictures and videos and comments and stories about how the strategies have been working in our classrooms. So we've been able to learn from each other and build off each other's ideas.
So to me, coaching is really about pushing my practice to take more risks in my instruction.
To me, coaching is providing support and collaboration.
Coaching to me is just really about having another teaching partner, especially for me being on a team of two. It's nice to have someone else to collaborate with and to co-teach with and bounce ideas off of.
Coaching to me is always having someone in my corner who is pushing me to be better.
Coaching to us is being able to collaborate with another team member.
And our coaches bring new strategies to us that are research-based that maybe we haven't had the time to look up, and so combining their ideas with our ideas in a way that benefits our students has been really helpful.
So as a teacher, I value being able to go to my special education coach to write goals together and to just plan together for the curriculum.
And it's also very valuable to have someone to work with to determine what scaffolds we need to put in place to either extend or modify the curriculum that we currently are using.
I think it's really cool that all of our teachers are always learning and trying new things.
So that was EdiLink, and there were no signs on the students or the staff members that said Lincoln or Edison. I'm really proud of the work that we've done today and we're going to do for the rest of the school year to bring that school together and make sure that Lincoln has a great transition back to their new building. Thanks for all the work that you do at the board level and all of the dedication and care that you give to our children. Thanks.
So, Mr. Pliskota, I just want to take there aren't a lot of opportunities that we get to say thank you in person, and I think that all of us at this table would like to say thank you to you for making the Edison and Lincoln EdiLink merge happen so well. Thanks. And that every teacher is known and every child is known and the parents are known. You have an incredible ability to remember who everyone is, and there's a big value. People want to know that they're known and seen. Yeah. So I want to thank you for that. And, you're leading the way. We're going to have to do this again when we field, and I think there isn't enough thanks for the work that you've done that goes well above and beyond your normal responsibilities. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And I thank you. And recognizing Mrs. Smith, the principal of Lincoln, and Dr. Letsos, the assistant principal. They've been instrumental in helping this transition continue with the smoothness that it's seen. So I want to thank them for the things that they've done for us as well. Thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Take care. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the public hearing, which is the adoption of the 2021 levy certificate. So at this time, I will declare the public levy hearing open, and I would ask Mr. Welton if he could please provide the overview of the 2021 levy.
Thank you. Tonight we have, later tonight, the board will be voting on the 2021 tax levy. We'll go through a little bit of the timeline here. As you know, the levy tonight is based on the 1.4% CPI, which relates to last calendar year, December 31st of 20. So it comes out in January of 21. In October, the board approved the estimated tax levy, and then tonight we published in the paper the truth in taxation, and we hold a public hearing tonight, and as I said, later we'll have the approval. And then Friday, I will go and file the levies at DuPage and Cook County. And then in March, we receive the final EAV and tax extensions. And then in June, we get the first half, and then in September, the second half of the property tax collections. And so the CPI, as I said, is 1.4%. It's average 2%. And since the taxes come in at the very end of the year of the end of the fiscal year 22, we really view the taxes for the 2021 tax levy for the budget year 22-23. We look at those June taxes for the following fiscal year. So the 1.4 and the CPI in this tax levy, we relate to budget year 22-23. So this just illustrates when EAV is going up like it is right now, the tax rates tend to go down. And so there's an inverse relationship between EAV and tax rate. But that doesn't, so due to the tax cap, the district is limited to the CPI for its operating increase, regardless of what the valuation of the property in the district. So this just is an illustration of the inverse relationship. But even no matter what the tax rate is doing or the EAV is doing, it does not equal the property tax bill increase. So in determining the tax levy, we know that CPI is 1.4%, but we don't know what the EAV will be or the new construction will be at the time of the levy. So the EAV, it impacts the tax rates, but it's really not a factor in determining the levy. The estimated tax rates use a 4.21% increase in overall EAV, and that's just a rough estimate in the EAV increase. New construction, we're showing here the past 5 years to just show how much we've had in new construction in recent years. And new construction EAV is important because it's exempt from the tax cap. And therefore, our operating or cap's extension can exceed the 1.4% CPI increase. So in estimating the new construction, we looked at those past 5 years and looked at an average. And we've averaged 30 million for residential EAV and 6 million for commercial. And so we estimated the new construction at 36 million. But as you know, the levy is just a request. And in addition to the very rough estimate of 36 million, we levied for an additional 20 million in new construction EAV. This additional amount just provides for the possibility of underestimating the new construction. And no matter what amount the district levies or requests, the counties will only extend the increase allowable under the tax cap. So this just illustrates the highest line on the chart is the tax levy. The lowest line on the chart is the CPI, and the middle one is what we actually get. So we always levy. We always get a little less than what we levy because we don't know those unknown factors, the unknown factor of new construction at the time of the levy. We always levy a little extra. But in this levy, the increase on a $500,000 house with no new construction, it's only existing property. On average, the District 205 portion of annual property tax bill will increase by 5.12% or $355.38. So that's less than $30 per month of an increase. And then here we show the tax levy. The operating increase is at 3.26%, but we only expect the operating to increase by 2.6. So the first set of numbers is last year's extension, the middle is the levy or the request, and on the right is the estimated base. So the middle is based on the 56 million of new construction, and on the right is based on the 36 million of new construction. The bonded interest is the more challenging part to get our arms wrapped around. The non-operating or non-capped extensions. These are the bonded interest levies that have been approved by the voters via referendum from the 2018 referendum and all prior referendums. The prior year, 2020 extension of $10,973,564, that was reduced, or it was a reduction of $3,175,896 due to the abatement. If we did not do that abatement, the 2020 extension would have been $14,149,460. So the scheduled bond and interest extension for 2021 is $15,888,096. That would have been a 12% increase had we not had that abatement last year. The increase in the bond and interest extension is made up of the scheduled increase that was approved by referendum of $1,738,636 plus the abatement from last year of $3,175,896 for a total increase of $4,914,532. Last year, the board decided to approve the abatement in an attempt to keep property taxes flat because we were not able to provide in-person instruction for several months of the school year. In the current school year, the district is committed to providing in-person instruction. The approved funds will allow the district, as planned via the referendum, to make a positive impact for students throughout the district with the development of 2 brand new state-of-the-art facilities, unique improvements made to every existing school, a new auditorium, and more. And that concludes the presentation on the 2021 tax levy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Welton. So the board can discuss later in the agenda. There was no one signed up for the levy hearing public comments. So we will move on, and I will declare the public levy hearing closed at this time, 7:34. All right, next item on the agenda is public comments. All right, so we've allowed 45 minutes. I have 21 speakers signed up, so if we move through, we should be able to get everyone through. Public comments from those in our community are valued and considered as we make decisions. Please know we will listen intently to the comments presented, but will not respond at this time. If a follow-up conversation is deemed necessary, You will be contacted by members of the board and/or the administration. We understand there are challenges that exist and difficult conversations are necessary. It is the expectation that each speaker, as a representative of our community, be respectful and courteous to each other and to the board when sharing your comments. The following process is in place to provide a fair opportunity for each speaker. We have 45 minutes allotted. When you come to the podium, well, we're going to call you by number, we're going to call a number, and then she'll call the speaker. Please provide your name. You have up to 3 minutes to speak. You don't have to use all the 3 minutes, but you have up to 3 minutes, and you'll be reminded when there's 30 seconds left. And what I would like to do is call the first two so that we can have the speaker ready and then the next person, and that way we can move it through a little quicker, okay? So do you want to start the numbers?
And then I'll take the second one. The first speaker is Mandy Pachowski. The second speaker is Heidi Nardini.
And before you, can you just make sure that microphone is on? Yeah, it's good. Okay. Right.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Campbell, board members, and D205 administration for your commitment to our district and students, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Mandy Pachowski. I have 3 children in the district. I'm here before you today to follow up on the topic of surplus district funds and how to make up what's been lost academically with our students during COVID and e-learning. I attended the board meeting where both topics were discussed, and I wanted to take this opportunity as a parent of a child who continues to struggle to catch up academically to discuss a possible solution. I'm asking the board to consider closing this academic gap by expanding the eligibility for summer school. As both a parent and a taxpayer in this community, I feel this is a viable option to solve our district's problem with the COVID gap. I would also encourage the district to invest in more counselors at the grade school level. I know that our social workers and counselors are spread very thin, and our children are feeling the stress more than ever during COVID. I admit I have no idea what these costs associated would be, so I'm asking the board and Dr. Campbell to run the numbers and give these options some serious consideration. What I am not asking for is childcare in the summer months, but a robust summer program, expanding the current parameters across all grade levels to help those kids who have fallen further behind, as well as additional support staff to ensure the mental and social well-being of our children. I know with the construction of the Newfield School yet to start, we must be careful with expenditures, but if there's room in the budget, I strongly feel this is a great way to invest in our students. And lastly, on an unrelated note, my husband graduated from York in 1996, and in his AP history class, they read Howard Zinn's The People's History of the United States. It wasn't labeled as critical race theory then. He listened to the public comments from the last few meetings and got tickled that anyone would be complaining about a book from 1995 and claiming it's new. York and its teachers have a long history of teaching our students to think critically, open their minds and their hearts to the perspective of others. Thank you sincerely, as always, for your time, commitment to our children and community, and for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next speaker after Mrs. Nardini will be David Ventucci.
Hi, my name is Heidi Nardini, and I have 2 boys at Bryan Middle School. We moved to Elmhurst for the schools and couldn't be happier. I was a CPS teacher, and my kids were in CPS schools, and making the transition, I was amazed at the level of attention, the rigor, the resources that were provided here in Elmhurst. I also want to thank you guys for making the tough decisions to keep our kids safe. It's allowed our kids to have a normal school year, as much as normal as it could be. I know it's not ideal to wear masks, but you know, it's allowed them to be in school 5 days a week and also do extracurricular activities, so thank you. I especially want to thank the teachers for the last 2 years. As an educator myself, I know how hard it is to switch gears and reinvent teaching and learning while producing activities that engage on Zoom, and then make sure that you assess and get work that actually represent authentic thinking and knowledge and reflect learning. While continuing the kids to think critically and work collaboratively, it was a real challenge, and I want to thank them for the last 2 years. I know remote learning was probably the worst environment to facilitate these moving parts, but I know the teachers in District 205 made darn sure that it came as close as possible to a real in-person classroom experience, so thank you. I do want to touch on this whole controversy of teaching students to think critically. I'm amazed and confused why this is such a sticking point. I teach mathematics at the high school level, and I make sure that my students know there are many different ways to approach a math problem, even though there's only one answer. We celebrate the different ways of thinking. Students are proud of their approaches and are eager to share their solution paths. Not everyone understands the different methods, but are willing to listen, ask questions, and try and learn from each other. I know that this is just math, but I also know that all teachers in all disciplines are trying to do the same thing. We are not trying to teach our students what to think or how to think. We are teaching them to ask questions, be open to different ways of thinking, and willing to understand each other. Most of all, we celebrate achievement and growth through hard work.
30 seconds.
This is an example of the type of math classroom that I'm used to, because that's what I'm in every day. I imagine it's like that in all other subjects as well at the high school level. So again, I thank teachers for giving my own children the opportunities and tools to think outside the box, agree to disagree, listen to their peers, ask questions, take risks, be willing to fail, learn from their mistakes, and persevere in solving bigger and more complex problems. So thank you, teachers, thank you, you guys, and thank you for doing the hard work.
Thank you. On deck is Ms. Goodridge.
Good evening. My name is Dave Venatucci, and I'm a retired District 205 teacher who taught at both York and Churchville. According to the Merriam-Webster Online Dictionary, misinformation is defined as incorrect or misleading information. Disinformation is defined as false information intentionally spread to influence public opinion or obscure the truth. Merriam-Webster defines critical race theory, also known as CRT, as a group of academic concepts used to examine the relationship between race and laws in the legal institutions of a country, especially the United States. With these definitions in mind, hear this clearly. Anyone who claims public schools in this country are teaching CRT is, at a minimum, spreading misinformation on a topic they know little to nothing about. Even more troubling than CRT misinformation spread by ignorance are individuals with political motivations who are intentionally spewing disinformation about CRT designed to destabilize public schools and alter the teaching of American history. CRT is typically taught as part of the curriculum in law degree programs and is not taught in public schools. It's unfortunate that some Americans, apparently even here in the Elmhurst community, are so uncomfortable with U.S. history they find it necessary to whitewash the realities of this country's past to conform to a contorted notion of what it means to be an American. Although some of you would have us believe otherwise, a classroom wall display designed to engage students with the often uncomfortable facts of our collective American history is not an example of CRT. And that same classroom display is not part of a liberal plot to indoctrinate public school students with biased information about our country's history. Classrooms displays such as the one recently criticized in a local print media story are, in fact, examples of excellent teaching designed to foster essential critical thinking skills, along with an appreciation of the complexities of American history.
30 seconds.
So don't be fooled by the ramped up conservative uproar about the evils of CRT in public schools. The bad faith actors spreading this nonsense are either propagandists looking to profit from culture war chaos or poorly informed citizens who stubbornly refuse to confront the realities of American history and sadly wish to perpetuate that ignorance in today's public schools.
3 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. On deck is Mr. Fensky.
My name is Shannon Goodrich. This is my first school board meeting. It is an honor to meet with you directly today in person. I'm a resident of South Elmhurst near York Commons. My husband John and I have 3 children who attend Visitation Catholic School. They are in preschool, 3rd grade, and 7th grade. As a private school parent, we pay tuition in addition to property taxes. Our family values the education my children receive at Viz, and we also value living in and being a part of District 205. For those who are not aware, Visitation does receive services from D205 in areas like speech therapy. We mirror the D205 calendar, health, education, and the district with the state, the county, and Joliet Diocese. We thank you, the school board, for the guidance and the leadership that you provide. We are listening, and many of us did vote for the referendum, and many Viz families do send their kids onto York High School. All that to say, though you may not hear from private school parents as loudly, we are here. I'm here today because I would like to ask the D205 school board to adopt a safe storage resolution. I'm well versed in the Be Smart education program, which educates parents about safely storing their firearms in a way that will keep their own children and those visiting their home safe. I believe your leadership would be the best way to cascade this information to all parents and families in our district. I am incredibly sad about the 9th anniversary of Sandy Hook. It is almost impossible to believe that 9 years have passed. And yet last week in Michigan, we had another school shooting with a gun that the father had purchased on Black Friday. I recently heard a victim of a school shooting explain how random gun violence can be. And yet often gun violence can be prevented. I've attended several community events where safe storage was the topic listed at the table where I was sitting. One event was at the D205 resource event at Churchville, and the safety event at the Elmhurst South York Fire Station. I didn't know what to expect, if people might yell at me or think I'm taking away their guns. Nope. People thanked me and other volunteers. They took educational material in droves until we ran out. One said they inherited guns and didn't know what to do with them. Another said they were a new gun owner and didn't know much about gun locks or how to talk about firearms with other parents.
30 seconds.
Please consider educating parents, providing various solutions, and coaching parents in how to talk about firearms in a way that is helpful, not harmful. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck will be Ms. Espinoza.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to address the question of the critical race theory controversy. I think that one of the things that is crucial, as a previous speaker explained, is that by and large, critical race theory is nothing like what's being described in the popular controversies. In fact, it is in an academic set of theories that is not the type of thing that you would instruct people in high schools about. As someone who's spoken in the past about the history of the United States in my lifetime, I just want to say a few things to remind people about where we've come and the importance of building on the accomplishments of people to date, in particular as it applies to preparing our young people to be members of a democratic society, open to change and open to the possibility that new ways of thinking and new ways of organizing public life have merit. When I worked in Mississippi as a civil rights volunteer in the early 60s. I worked in Macomb, Mississippi. And in Macomb, Mississippi, there were high schools, separate high schools for black and white students. And the white high school was a reasonable high school for the time. Nothing compared to York High School, that's for certain. But the black high school was a mere shell. The federal government had provided money to build the building, but the local authorities had not provided money to provide desks or textbooks or athletic equipment. All of that was missing entirely from the high school in Mississippi, in Macomb. And it was necessary to build an alternative school system in order to give the young black children in Macomb an opportunity to develop the kinds of skills they would need going forward.
30
and so
seconds.
we built freedom schools where people were instructed in American history as it really was, not as we would like sometimes to imagine or mythologize it. It's important that we remember that the people that founded this country were not saints, they were not demagogues, they were real people with real weaknesses and real class and personal interests that they expressed in the way they set the tone for this country.
3 minutes.
And in the time yet to come, we're going to have to change some of those fundamental foundations in order to move forward. If we don't, we're going to suffer an enormous catastrophe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eileen
I'm sorry,
Espinosa.
one second. Hold on one second. On deck will be Mr. Kenna. And now I'll start your time.
Okay, sorry. Again, my name is Eileen Espinosa. I have 2 children at York High School. I proudly send my children to public school and applaud the work of our teachers, school staff, and administrators. I served on a school council for a public school for 4 years and know the challenges you face as school board members. It's hard work. Thank you all for serving. I also want to thank Kathy Schmidt because after last board meeting, I called her and said, it's hard to have a fair process. When do we sign up? How do we get everyone's voice heard? And that's important because we ask the same in our classroom of our students. And I appreciate the changes that you made to our board meeting tonight. She called me the next day, heard my concerns, and I appreciate the change. My children are thriving at York. They're being taught to think critically about tough topics. The teachers are finding ways to engage them in thought around text that is complex. I was at last month's board meeting, as I mentioned, to speak in support of our English and Social Studies departments. And I was filled with joy as I heard speakers share my point of view about the importance of teaching our children about the world and how it can be beautiful and challenging at the same time. We can't erase our history. We need to teach our children because the only way to make this world better is to allow our children to learn the right and wrong ways of our past and make it better. I believe the majority of our community supports our teachers. They support our curriculum, and they have a deep sense of community for our schools. And now, a very vocal minority are manipulating the community, stirring up misinformation and controversy regarding critical race theory, which isn't taught in our schools, and downplaying the importance of social emotional learning. This may lead you to believe that Elmhurst is more deeply divided than it is, but there is a large, silent majority in Elmhurst who care deeply, want to do the right thing, support our community and our schools. We depend on our teachers to teach the state and national standards that allow our children to be ready for adulthood. If we shelter them from history, diversity, inclusion, and free thought, we are doing them a disservice.
30 seconds.
You should know that my kids are getting an exceptional education at York, and I'm proud of their teachers for challenging them and preparing them for the real world. We have tough problems to solve, and we need our kids to think deeply, consider facts, not fiction, articulate their knowledge, and find solutions. They are not being indoctrinated. They are being taught to think critically. This is what public education provides our children. Don't let anyone water that down or spin a different narrative. We're counting on you.
Hello.
On,
My-
one sec. On deck will be Mr.
Paul Kenna.
I know.
Okay.
After you, well, I didn't start yet, will be Mr. Fawcett. Am I saying it correct? Okay, great. Thank you.
Paul Kenna is the name. That's actually what I'm talking about. I'd like, sir? I'm doing the same
Okay.
thing that the governor does. Okay?
Yeah. Could you,
You
okay.
can't hear me without a mask.
Can we give him a mask? Can you? We understand that not everyone agrees with the mandate. We would ask out of a courtesy to our community that you would put a mask on while you speak and while you're in the school building.
I would like to know, I'd like to know how many studies,
Mr.
that you have provided on the efficacy of our masks.
Whoa.
I would
whoa.
like to know
Stop.
how many studies you have provided for the parents of the kids
Okay.
for
stop
the
for a moment.
efficacy of masks. How many studies have been
It
provided?
is not our decision.
How many? I
It
know
is
it's
the
not.
state of
It's
Illinois.
one person.
Okay, so we're going to call a recess, and
Call a recess.
We'll have 5-minute recess.
Have you ever gotten a
respect each other and not interrupt. There's no need to speak if you're not the one at the podium. All right, so the next speaker.
Mr. Kenna was on deck. After Mr. Kenna.
Number 18.
Okay.
Placed
Yep. Okay, then on deck is Mr. I'm sure I'm saying your name
Placed
incorrectly, so I
That's fine.
apologize.
That's all right. Boy, that was interesting. I don't have prepared remarks. I do want to thank the board for your patience with us this evening, but I'd also like to ask the board to consider the fact that, you know, we've got a teacher here that's basically been doxxed in our community. And that's just unacceptable and inappropriate. It's not the right channel. You know, if you have something to say to someone, I've heard in the past that you should say it to them directly, and you should follow the processes and the channels available. That should have been the case, and we have someone who's living in fear right now, as well as her entire family, and that's completely ridiculous and unacceptable. Excuse me?
Please just.
I don't give a crap
just
about her mask right now.
please-
I'm talking about the
please
entire
give
process.
your
You wanna
public
pick me apart?
speaking-
We can go have a drink.
Well, dude, this is to the board.
Thank you. Number two, as a parent of both a current student and a former student at York. Our former student is at a very conservative university, and he is known throughout that university as the most prepared politically to speak in a rational tone and fact-based arguments. He attributes this course, by and large, to that ability to hold his own at Notre Dame University. He was challenged politically in 2 courses, and I loved that. He had an AP government teacher that challenged him from a very conservative perspective. I loved it. He would come home and it would start a lot of great conversations and a lot of great thinking for him. And the same thing happened in the course we're talking about here, just from a different perspective. I've had the opportunity to speak to another parent whose son was taking this course online. He had the opportunity to listen in to that. And he said, boy, it was shocking at first. And then I thought about it. This is exactly what my son needs. He needs to be challenged in the way he's thinking, especially if he's falling back on old patterns and toxic masculinity. So that course is helping our students be leaders. This course is helping our students grow. And I'll say this, the last thing I'll say. My wife graduated from Michigan State University with a degree in history. And you know what? She was able to teach history after that. Our son taught us U.S. history that his mother wasn't taught. We learned from him and from that course in our household about things that happen in this country that we're not getting play because our kids, or our school, if anything, was being indoctrinated in his story in one way.
30
And
seconds.
it wasn't showing the other side. This course is amazing. This teacher is amazing. Our community owes her an apology. And I would challenge the people that brought her and Mr. Giuliani, the reporter, to publicly apologize to her as well. Thank you for the work you do. Thank you for what you do for our kids.
Thank you. Next.
Next speaker. Another one. Next speaker is Ms. Harpster.
And who's on deck?
And can I have another number?
Okay. Who's on deck then?
Next speaker, Ms. Scher. Oh,
Can I take my mask
I'm
down?
sorry.
to
On
speak?
deck is Ms. Scher.
Is it not allowed? It's always been allowed every other time. Can I take my mask down to speak or no?
Just speak. Just we can hear you. You're good.
So it's been said for the. I want to be able to do this without interruption, please. It's very important that you all respect everyone.
Please address the board. Please address the board.
This is. So it's been said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Yet here I am, back again in an effort to persuade you to stop advocating and start acting for our children. As you said at the beginning of the meeting, Illinois is in phase 5. We have 3 vaccines, including one for those age 5 and up. Those who are at risk of severe COVID symptoms can get a vaccine. Those who are afraid of severe COVID symptoms can wear a mask. It's now time to respect everyone's medical autonomy and get our kids back to normal. Because while we have made progress with vaccines and therapeutics for the COVID pandemic, there is another pandemic looming that we need to worry about: the mental health pandemic. 1 in 4 kids has mental health challenges. We have seen this in our own children. In the Jefferson Elementary School Improvement Plan, we saw that kids are having self-regulation issues at an alarming rate. The school tracked majors or behavioral issues requiring principal intervention, and in September of 2019, there were 3. In September of 2021, there were 42. This is a plea for help. There are a few things we can do. First, we can stop the negative self-talk. Kids are being taught that they are a danger to others just by breathing. This is so dangerous to their mental health. More than 99% of the time, COVID is spread by a symptomatic person. We need to stop treating our kids as if they are a danger when they are healthy. Second, stop the bullying. Kids are keeping mask down tallies for other students. Kids are telling other students they will die or they will kill someone if they don't put their mask up. The data shows that this is simply not true. We need to stop mask policing and get the focus back to education. And third, let's just go back to normal as soon as possible. While we may not be able to control the mask mandate, we can control these things. We can respect medical, religious, and conscience exemptions for the mask dress code. We can stop the negative talk that our children are a danger to others.
30
we can
seconds.
stop doing virtual participation for Winter Sings. We can stop quarantining only unvaxxed healthy students when we know that vaxxed students are also able to get and transmit COVID. We can stop healthy quarantines altogether. We can treat each other with respect. We can focus on learning and teaching and not on the position of a child's mask. It's time yet again to move forward together and take the next step. Please take back local control and act now in our students' best interest to get back to normal. And I'm going to leave you with this. An opinion piece written by 4 doctors,
3 minutes.
including Dr. Hogue, said, "When it comes to children and COVID, the data are reassuring. Coming together to do the best thing for our children should involve an honest and apolitical look at the science, including
Thank you.
both the risks to children from COVID as
Next
well as the
speaker.
risk from COVID mitigation measures."
Ms. Scher, your turn. Yeah. On deck will be Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker is on deck.
Hi, my name is Jamie Esker Scher, and I'm a mom of 5. My youngest was in 1st grade last year at Lincoln. He did remote learning most of the year. I sat in on the social emotional learning, or SEL for short. The principal would come in to read a book, and then the teacher would send more information home via email. A lot of this information related to the community being important in a child's life. The family unit was never mentioned. This bothered me, so I started doing some research. I came across perfectly normal, and there's some pictures on this board here. Howard Zinn, gender types, intersectionality, and a few others. Not liking the direction of District 205's curriculum, I looked into private schools. We placed our youngest at a Catholic school for 2nd grade due to the relaxed curriculum in SEL at D205. I would hope that if you don't stay true to your word, you'd give families notice so that they can find another school that doesn't do this curriculum. Thank you.
After Mr. Baker, Ms. Sullivan on deck. Ms. Sullivan is on deck.
Came to this town 40 years ago for the school system, and I'm very happy that we did. Liked it so much that my wife and I became co-presidents of both Emerson and Churchville, and got so involved in it, I decided to run for school board. I lost. I think I dodged a bullet. I looked at the job description, and I don't think it's changed, and nowhere do I recall that part of your job is taking abuse, being yelled at, or being disrespected. I have some things to say, and I'll say them in the most respectful way. You're not going to resolve the mask mandate here, okay? This isn't the place for that debate. It's very simple. When you go to school, you follow the rules. When you come to this meeting, you follow the rules. Doesn't matter whether you like them or not. We're a civil society. We make rules, we follow them. You have a rule. It says wear a mask. I'm fine with that. That's your rule, I'll do it. I asked my two sons, 43 and 45, okay, about this whole thing with Howard Zinn and Marxism. Interestingly, they told me that when they went to York, they had that book in their curriculum. So I looked at them and I said, "Are you Marxists?" And they laughed. And I said, "Well, did your buddies become Marxists?" They laughed some more. I said, "You know, were you out protesting to overthrow the government?" They laughed at me, okay? They said it was a good way of learning critical thinking, of looking at a different way of things, but it didn't indoctrinate anybody. Now, over all of these decades, there's been a lot of kids go to your schools. And I know a lot of their parents. I think they're relatively intelligent people. I don't think they were hornswoggled. I don't think their children were indoctrinated under their own gaze. I don't think they were stupid, any more than I think you are. The only reason I can think of that all of a sudden, a curriculum that's been around for decades, has now become an issue, is that there are certain political groups who have their own agenda who are now going after things which they find objectionable. I like our teachers. I like the school system. I like the jobs you do. I've lived here for 40 years, and I plan to live here a lot longer. And part of the reason I do is because people tolerate each other. They don't scream, well, they used to not scream and yell at each other. It's a good place to live. It's a good place to have your kids educated, and thank you for that.
Should I start, or are you going to call the?
Hold on one second. Next speaker on deck is Ms. Baker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lisa Sullivan. I am the mother of a 6th grader at Sandburg and a 4th grader at Hawthorne, and I'm a little disappointed that we don't have a really cool Lincoln Hawthorne acronym to put together. I will tell you that my children are living very normal lives this year, and I thank you for doing that, helping them do that. From listening to past board meetings, public comment, and the comments tonight, we see this theme emerging from certain elements, the minority we've heard about, that to love or honor or respect our country, you need to accept it uncritically and without complaint. That is a way of thinking that is superficial, juvenile, and unsophisticated. My kids can already think unsophisticatedly and juvenilely and superficially, and that's not why I send them to a great school district like D205. I expect the school to teach them critical ways of thinking, and I'm pleased to say that they are. Some of the reading material that my daughters have read in their Reach LA classes has challenged them, shown them viewpoints they've never been exposed to, and really developed their love of reading. When we say you have to accept history uncritically, that's the difference between a toddler who looks at his mom or dad and thinks she's a superhero that has done no wrong. That's a very surface appreciation. As we grow older and we learn to think critically and we see flaws in people, flaws in our history, flaws in our nation, we can learn to love it more deeply and respect it for the achievements that they've made despite these flaws. Another theme that I've heard from prior meetings, not tonight yet, is that we should be only studying the classics, nothing else, as if this was a binary choice. But it's non-binary, and I said that word just to make people's heads explode. I've studied the classics. I think we should study the classics. I've studied Faulkner. I've read The Sound and the Fury. Literally, the only thing I remember about that book is that Caddy smelled like trees. The books that have helped me grow and develop as a person have exposed me to different viewpoints that I have not been exposed to before.
30 seconds.
I hope that our school will continue to teach those viewpoints and help our children to grow to be critical thinkers. Thank you.
On deck will be Ms. O'Shea.
Hello, thank you. I'm Marcia Baker. I spoke at last month's board meeting, and I'd also like to thank the Board of Education for listening so patiently to these meetings. I was also pleased to hear tonight how much support there is in this community, vocal support for teachers and the Board of Education and the job that's being done here. I think I want to kind of piggyback on what my husband, the speaker before, John Baker, said about people who are bringing ideas to the community that don't really reflect the community. And there happens to be a group that I've been reading about called Parents Defending Education, and their ideas are to not allow in school boards and school districts any ideas that support anything having to do with equality, anti-racism, anything that's divisive, what they call social justice, culturally responsible, education. So there's a group, and it is funded by, political people, and their mission is to disrupt education, disrupt school boards, disrupt communities, and they have strategies for parents to do this. They have strategies for parents to find out about school board members, to investigate school board members, look at their Facebook pages, look at their Twitter accounts. They have strategies to put in a lot of FOIA requests to disrupt the operation of school boards. They have strategies to it's making me so anxious that I've kind of lost my place here. Sorry. They have, strategies for parents to do opposition research. They want parents to tell them any time that there's somebody that they hear anything about a school supporting, say, the Anti-Defamation League or the Southern Poverty Law Center. I mean, anything that smacks of what we in District 205 and what Elmhurst would be for, which is equality and non-racist education and diversity and, promoting these things. So if you see signs in town that say indoctrination, not education, not indoctrination,
30
those
seconds.
are signs, that that this particular group, which is called Parents Defending Education, is kind of behind the scenes. And if you read what they have to say, it mirrors very much the ideas that have been put forward against the curriculum that's being taught at District 205. And that's pretty much what I want to say tonight. And I hope that we recognize that they're kind of the big elephant in the room tiptoeing around in the background. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck is Mr. Nardini. Is Ms. O'Shea? Okay, Mr. Nardini. Can I have another number, Rudy?
Hi, everybody. My name's Guido Nardini. I'm
sorry, Mr. Nardini, one second.
Yeah.
After Mr. Nardini is Ms. Hogan on deck.
So before you start, I just want to say we don't have a lot more time that we allotted. And I'm willing to, I think the board is willing to listen to the rest, but we also would ask that you be respectful of our time. We have a long agenda tonight. We have a lot of big decisions to make. It's 8:30, and it would, it'd be nice if, we just move it along and be respectful of us as we're giving you the extra time to listen to you to make sure we're hearing everyone that's signed up. Okay? Sorry to...
No,
Go ahead.
No apology necessary. In that spirit, I'll try to be really brief. I'm an Elmhurst dad. I grew up in Elmhurst. I don't know about neighborhood respect. I don't know about comedy with ITY. I think it's a time for a neighborhood to come together and I'm sort of all over the place. You guys aren't going to run for this office again if this is how a school board works. You guys need this like a hole in your head. You're dealing with cost overruns. You're dealing with trying to fill the gaps that COVID caused. This is a culture wars sideshow clown show. This is not, Dr. Campbell is not, who's going to want to run this show if every public comment is like this? The only request I ask is, my wife's a teacher, and I imagine if I were a teacher here and I read President Caforio's statement last time, our policies are reviewed on a regular cycle by the policy committee, and it's the expectation of the board that all students and staff within the organization adhere to board policy, and by definition, the role and responsibility of the administration is to ensure the actions, operations, and resources of the district adhere to that policy. The policy being discussion of controversial issues, age appropriate, serve educational purpose. It sounds to me like this is just short of a full-throated endorsement of a teacher who is called to the carpet in a fundamentally inappropriate way. You are free in the middle of a school year to take your kids to homeschool them, free in the middle of a school year to take them to Timothy Christian. You're not free in the middle of the school year to show up, name some teacher's name, not the policy board member chair, not the principal, but to call out some teacher and expect in your hubris that that would cause a change. That's not how things work. And I would be a teacher in this district wanting to hear, yes, you have the board's full support because you are teaching Illinois approved curriculum, or no, the parent who called you out is correct and you are teaching inappropriate content.
30 seconds.
One of those strikes me as an endorsement that the board needs to make. Sorry for you being in the middle of this, and thank you so much for your time.
You want to name somebody?
I'm just going to go through the list. Since everybody's going to get to speak, I don't think we need to do it randomly. Mr. Chavez, you're on deck. Thank you, Ms. Hogan.
My name is Jean Hogan. My kids are 10, 7, and 4. My children have been unethically forced to mask for over 450 hours this school year with coerced consent. We cannot keep pretending prolonged masking is benign. Masks harm children's mental health, language development, social emotional growth, and diminish the quality of their education. This is not March 2020. We have scores of schools around the country living life as normal. Science does not support cloth or surgical masks worn all day unhygienically and incorrectly, stopping viruses. We have to stop asking the kids to sacrifice and carrying a burden that was never theirs to carry. Childhood is finite, and childhood development can no longer be postponed. For our family, a childhood in masks is no childhood at all. This is why our district needs to be mask optional so each family can make the best decisions for themselves. The start of second semester will be 8 weeks since the 5 to 11 vax was approved. COVID will be an endemic, but by January 6th, everyone will have the tools needed at their disposal to make the personal choices on how they want to live with COVID. January 6th is the date to return to the plan that you all unanimously voted on for mask optional. Create a coalition of districts, superintendents, and boards to fight the mandates, reclaim local control, and let's actually move forward together. Furthermore, D205 could accept and respect religious, medical, and conscious exemptions for COVID mandates instead of constantly policing bodily autonomy. I sympathize with the position that the governor has put you all in, but we have seen ISB and IHSA lose in court. We have seen HB 2789 and HB 4135 fail in our legislature. ISB's guidance mandating masks and exclusion of students is not binding on schools as it was not lawfully adopted. There has been no law passed by the ILGA to give the governor the authority to tell children what to wear to school. Statute grants only the local elected school authorities the power to dictate a school's dress code. At this point, hiding behind the mandate is being complicit in Pritzker's abuse of our children. It is our duty to come together to put a stop to the governor's unconstitutional mandates and give our children the inalienable right to due process. We must give our children the normalcy that they desperately need, and that will be the remedy to so many of the problems caused by the state's pandemic response.
Masking is going to end up just like remote learning. Adults complacently think it is fine until a year later when the data rolls in and it is clear how damaging forced masking was. This is a board that went to 5 full days last year before a majority of other schools.
30
You were
seconds.
leaders, you were brave, and you put our children first. But schools are not functionally open until our kids can breathe and communicate freely again. We need you to lead once again. Be on the right side of history and unmask our kids. Thank you.
After Mr. Chavez, Mr. Sutherland. After Mr. Chavez, Mr. Sutherland.
Tell those voters in Virginia, in a solidly red state, that CRT and curriculum doesn't matter, because it did down there. Good evening. My name is Tom Chavez. At this point, I'm sure you're all pretty familiar with who I am and why I'm here. So let's get right to it. The question is critical race theory or the principles of critical race theory being taught in District 205 classrooms? Teachers deny it. The board president, a board member, and the assistant principal told me directly and emphatically that it's not being taught. So what's the answer? First, I think it's important to define what critical race theory is. This is important because CRT proponents use word games and semantics to deflect criticism and hide what they're really up to. They explain away indoctrination as teaching honest history or teaching the truth. They name-call parents, like tonight, who push back as ignorant, closed-minded, or afraid to discuss uncomfortable parts of American history. None of that is true. Critical race theory holds that the United States is a nation founded on white supremacy and oppression, and that these forces are still at the root of our society today. Critical race theory suggests that American institutions, such as our Constitution, legal system, and capitalism, are also racist, and it follows the Marxist dichotomy that pits oppressors versus the oppressed. In District 205, teachers, with the support of the Board of Education, principals, and administration, are supplementing lessons about math, reading, and civic responsibilities with intolerant, racially discriminatory pedagogy. So what does this look like? Here are some examples. Keisha Scott, can you explain what intersectionality is? And why is it being taught? Intersectionality, a component of critical race theory, reduces individuals to a collection of racial, gender, and sexual identities, which determine whether an individual is privileged or marginalized. A York classroom has a wall mural titled Intersectional Identity. Can anyone explain what this is and why it's being presented to children if CRT is not being taught in our schools? Another example, a teacher discusses Thomas Jefferson, our founding as, quote, Another example, a teacher discusses Thomas Jefferson, our founding as, quote, a problem.
30 seconds.
She further explains, if we can understand that there's a problem, then we can think of ourselves differently when we look in the mirror. Real critical thinking, real critical teaching would ask students to think of slavery in the context of world history, where it began, how and why it came here, and how it ended here.
3 minutes.
And where it still exists today. But that's not what's being taught by activists in District 205.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker.
Ms. Sutherland. On deck would be Mr. After Ms. Sutherland is Janine Falstead.
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Angie Sutherland, and I have 2 children in District 205. I have a 2nd grader at Hawthorne and a preschooler who is not yet able to be vaccinated at Madison. So I have heard this board mention a few times, how does district... Can we wait for them to...
Yeah, just pause for
Thank you.
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, go ahead.
So I've heard the board mention a few times, how does District 205 compare to like other districts, Hinsdale, Naperville, or even New Trier? So, as a parent, as a community member, we want our students, our children, to get the best education possible that will set them up for life. And we want this school district to stand out as one of the best in the area, if not in the state. But one way that we're not going to get there is by listening to non-experts dictate what the curriculum should be and what should be taught in schools. Experts are experts for a reason. They live and breathe the area of study they work in. They know more about that particular area than anyone else, because as a society, no one has the time or energy or mental capability to be an expert in everything. So as a society, we need to divide and conquer, and each of us takes a different area and become experts in it. We are all lifelong learners in those areas. We have experts in medicine, in air travel, in electronics, in plumbing, food safety, you name it. People who are complaining about critical thinking and comprehensive American history in our schools because they're afraid of the truth, they're not experts. People complaining about the 1619 Project, The People's History of the United States by Howard Zinn, because it looks at history through the lens of the enslaved and the indigenous. Those people may have opinions, but opinions don't make people experts. People complaining about social emotional learning, which teach students various tools to deal with difficult situations and working with others. I don't know who those people are and what kind of person you have to be to want kids to have zero social skills or zero emotional skills, but those people are also not experts. And as for myself, I'm also not an expert. But if you have questions about actual science, let me know. I can be your gal. But listen to the experts. We want to be better than New Trier or Naperville or Francis Parker, but we need to make sure that the non-experts don't get a say in what our students learn. Doing so will dumb down our kids for no legitimate reason. We won't be better than New Trier or Naperville, and those students will get the opportunities of a lifetime after high school because they will be able to think critically and solve the world's problems. And ours, well, that will depend on who you listen to. But I'll give you a hint, it needs to be the experts. Thank you.
On deck is Ms. Yu.
Hi, I'm Jean Plaisted. I have a junior at York and also a sophomore in college. My husband spoke about a little bit earlier, and I am that history major from Michigan State University. I had a whole bunch of things I thought about saying. There's such eloquent ways to discuss, the issues that we have at hand as a community right now, that I've sort of decided to switch gears to the basics of how I have felt these last couple of years, and particularly these last few months. I want to stand up for the teachers and for all of you. I have a number of friends who are teachers in this community and in other communities across the country, and I remember one of them last year just bursting into tears after 6 months of remote learning and saying to me, Jean, I have never worked this hard in my life. We owe these teachers better. As a community, we're all adults. We should be giving them an unbelievable amount of gratitude for what they have done these last couple of years, masks, no masks, whatever. They deserve it, right? And this particular teacher, which leads me to my second point, which is the voice of our students. My son, when he saw this on social media at college, was just horrified that this teacher was attacked the way she was publicly. She changed his experience at York. She changed the way he thought about things. I, as a history major, read books from that curriculum that I had never read that changed my perspective and helped me understand my nation and my community in a way I hadn't before. It's important that everybody here came because they want their voices heard. So how can we be saying to our teachers, take some of the voices out? Everybody has a right to tell their story. And we owe our children the opportunity to hear those stories. We're not going to tear the pages out of the book because we don't like what they have to say. I don't like what some of the people here have to say, but I'm not going to stop them from saying it because that's how we get better.
30
we listen
seconds.
to each other, we learn, and we get better. And my son, in the midst of all of this, I will close with his quote. I think it's so important. He said, my son, it's a good thing to examine ourselves as a nation in the light of maybe we aren't always right, because that helps us learn and grow from our mistakes. Thank you.
After Ms. Yu, Ms. Neurater.
Hello, my name is Ina Yu. I'm a Jackson 205 parent. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for your service. I just want to say the news cycle turns over so quickly, so I want to refresh your minds about what happened in Michigan at Oxford High School just 2 weeks ago today. 4 students ages 14 to 17 lost their futures, their lives, and there are countless other survivors, not only students who were shot and survived, but also the parents, friends, and loved ones of the victims who have now personally experienced the real trauma of gun violence. The shooting at Oxford High School is considered the deadliest school shooting at a K-12 campus in the United States since 2018. But just in 2021, between January through December 7, there have been 149 shootings on school campuses and 11 incidents of school shootings in the state of Illinois alone. And approximately 80% of school shooters under the age of 18 get their guns from their homes or the homes of friends. The Oxford school shooter, who is 15 years old, had access to an unsecured weapon from his home. So these facts make you feel helpless. Perhaps you feel this is irrelevant, but I'm here to tell you that we are not helpless, and this is a very relevant issue to many members of our school community, if not all. We can prevent this type of violence. We can make a difference by educating and promoting the safe storage of firearms. Do you know that as of June 2021, more than 1.5 million students nationwide attend schools with firearm storage awareness policies? And do you know that after the Michigan school shooting, Atlanta Public Schools immediately adopted a safe storage resolution with a commitment to educate school parents to safely secure their weapons? Perhaps I sound like a broken record. I will keep asking. I urge you to please pass a safe storage resolution. Please take this preventative step so we don't have to react to a tragedy later. Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jennifer Neurater Conrad. My husband and I are parents to 3 students in District 205. Right now, we're all doing our best to provide an age-appropriate and socially conscious response for our children on the pandemic. Our sons and others have faced ongoing ostracism due to their COVID vaccination status. As a parent with 2 children with some special needs, I know that in dealing with complex health conditions, you are not always granted the chance to go back and undo the damage that some medical procedures can inflict. Under the guidance of our health practitioner, it's been decided for our children that the risks of vaccinating outweigh the benefits. Relating this to their peers has earned our sons some empathy, but understanding that vaccination alone is not a one-size-fits-all solution is highly complicated. That's why it was troubling to learn at Churchville there are some teachers promoting the vaccines and singling out students who are not vaccinated. Children are feeling intimidated and bullied by this. Recently, our 6th grader was assigned the question, why is COVID-19 still around? What is the motive here? He was also shown CDC pro-vaccine videos. How can a child fully understand whether or not a vaccine is medically appropriate for them? Then our 8th grader came home very upset about an incident in his social studies class. There had been a discussion of an article about the crisis in South America. The summation was, here in the United States, we have a much better health response to COVID because we have a higher vaccination rate. at which point the teacher volunteered his vaccination status and asked the children to raise their hand if they were fully vaccinated. We have validated this with other students with their parents as witness. I emailed the superintendent and the school. How is it ever appropriate for a teacher to discuss their medical status and segregate students based on theirs? This is a violation of the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. I requested a public acknowledgement and apology for fostering an environment of divisiveness in our school. We have yet to have recognition from the superintendent. We met with the principal and teacher. All of these issues were admitted to, yet no apology ensued. We were told that there was an initiative to get kids vaccinated, but moving forward, the district will not promote vaccines in the classroom.
30
You
seconds.
can admit to the overreach, but don't take responsibility for the harm caused. I asked why it's appropriate for teachers to ask their students why they thought the pandemic was still going on. The response is that it would be disingenuous. We feel that conflating your agenda with speaking about the pandemic is disingenuous. To not give students all the facts is disingenuous. An acknowledgement of harm without apologizing for causing it is disingenuous. Creating an atmosphere of segregation in our classrooms is disingenuous.
3 minutes.
I'm here to ask tonight that the district take responsibility to all students and their families to uphold the values of our community. Thank you.
That it? Okay. All right. Okay. All right. That's good. All right. Perfect. Yeah. Can we take, you want to take a short break, and then we'll get to the rest of the agenda. Thank you. our business, so we would ask that if you're talking, you go out in the hallway, please. All right, next item on the agenda is approval of board meeting minutes. Item A, approval of regular board minutes, November 16th, 2021. Did anybody have any changes to that? Okay, those stand as presented. Item B, approval of closed session minutes from November 16th, 2021. Those stand as presented. All right, item 9, reports and presentations. We have a facilities update on the referendum projects. Is that Chris or Todd or? I guess it's Todd. All right. So this was at a lot of you've seen this, right, at the Finance Committee meeting? Okay.
Good evening. Mr. Fielding is coming here too from ICI for some answers any questions that you may have. Tonight for the facilities update, kind of go in 3 parts. We're going to show you the financials year to date as of December 1st. Go through some of the bids that we have here, 4 bids that we have here tonight. Review those, plug those numbers in, and then show you what the future state's going to be. Never like this podium over this way. Can't see what I've got up there. With the first slide you have here, this shows completed projects completed pending final invoicing. We still have the projects that we completed here this last summer, but we still have to go through some of the final pay apps, some of the minimal change orders, and things like that. So it's still out there, so those will be on this list for a couple more months as we work through that process. And we have projects in process. So as you look at right now, with those the 3 group right there, that has about $69.5 million. Actual expenditures as of December 1st, $53 million. Estimated actual is what we're estimating those projects to be, is about $70.4 million. So it shows that we're roughly $900,000 over budget based off of that. If you continue on down or over more to the right, where it has the $2.9 million, each of these projects, there was some additional scope that we had in there for from the referendum. They could, one of the things that we had in there was some additional stormwater management in several of these projects based on the review with the city that wasn't captured in the referendum budget. Addition to Fisher's main office that wasn't captured in the budget, and a few other things like that. So what I'm trying to show with that is we move that over, that with that added scope of almost $3 million, we're about $2 million under budget because of that added scope. So that really shows that we're managing the projects with ICI. They're holding the feet to the contractors, minimizing change orders, minimizing the use of the allowances, and completing the project and actually returning some money back to the district from the initial bid days. The next slide, next section there is projects in design and remaining projects. The projects in design is what we're going to really talk about tonight. That's about $56 million through the referendum budget. Actual expenditures, $1.7 million. And the estimated actual is $67.6 million. Those are because on the projects we're going to be talking about, Jackson, Jefferson, Fisher, and Field. The biggest chunk of that is increasing Field from a 3-section to a 4-section building, and that bid is in here as a recommendation later on. And that shows you with that we're approximately $11.7 million additional scope over the referendum budget. And the remaining projects are projects that are going to be out there in the final phase in 2024 and 2025. This is just the completed projects, that these numbers are just stagnant right now. These are things that we've already completed, and you can see on the far right for each individual project, the amount that was over or under budget and any additional scope that we added to that project based off of other contributing factors. This is just another continuation of completed projects out there. These are projects that we have pending the final invoicing. Some of these I'd just like to point out that for the York track replacement, as a bid day, once the board awarded all the bids, we anticipated that project at $1.36 million. As that came in here, now it's down to 1.2. So that shows that ICI was doing their job, controlling those costs with those contractors, not using the allowances, not having any change orders out there. So at the end of the day, they were able to provide money back to the district. With Emerson renovations, we're estimating coming in approximately $3.2 million. On bid day, it was $3.486 million. So that's another project that we closed everything out and we were able to recoup some of those monies. One thing on the transition center, that did go up a little bit more. We anticipate the added cost there were almost $257,000, and some of that, most of that was because of the added work for the water main to bring in there for the sprinkler system of the building and the underground storage tank and unsuitable soils that we encountered when we were out there with the transition center. So all those projects were $24.5 million. And we're looking at, we're right about $125,000 over for those. These are the ones we're really going to be talking about tonight. These do not include the bids. This is what basically all the financials look as of December 1st with the new field, the Fisher, the Jefferson, and the Jackson. And it shows right there with our estimates that we the budget numbers that we estimated prior to the bidding date was approximately $67.6 million for those projects. And it shows that we're 11.7 with additional scope over the referendum budget. And these are a list of the remaining projects that we have out there. As we get to the first one here, this was for the new field elementary school. We opened bids. We had 117 bids on there from various trade packages. On December 1st, ICI conducted a scope review with all the lowest responsible bidders to make sure that they included everything in their bid that was in the bid documents. They were a little bit over 5% higher than we anticipated. Some of those things there, those variances we show, was the site work, a little over $800,000. Structural steel was about 50% over than what we anticipated out there. Precast concrete was a little over $400,000 over. And then roofing was $285,000 over. As we look at it, we're about almost $2 million over what our cost estimate was of $36.4 million. Now we're looking at approximately $38.325 million for field, and that's for what we have bid out there on all the construction work. Also with field, as we look at it, part of what the project we have with field is on the east and the south boundary of the property is to install a solid wood or composite fence at 8 foot around the property to help with safety and security out there. The issue that we do have is some of the neighbors there on the east side, their property, their fence and some of their structures are on our property. So we're going to be working with our attorney to notify those individual property owners that we are going to be taking the fence back to our property line. And we'll work with them to redo some of their fences and things like that as we go through the process. Next bid is Jackson. Jackson Elementary School is for interior renovations and the addition of a media center with the alternate of 2 additional classrooms. We received 53 bids for that one on November 4th, and the same thing, ICI went through scope review on them and identify the lowest qualified bidders. That's on the recommendation here tonight later on action items. With these bids, they were about 22% higher, along with the alternate was a little bit 6% higher. Same things on these. General trades was $727,000 higher than what was anticipated. HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, was $324,000 higher than what we anticipated. And also electrical was $421,000 over. As we look at it, our cost estimate was $6.889 million, came in about 8.4 million for a difference of 1.5 million. And then with the alternate, which we do have in there as the recommendation tonight to accept that alternate for those 2 additional classrooms, it was about $56,000 over than what we anticipated. Also, bid recommendations we have tonight, Jefferson and Fisher, those bids are not going to open until January 13th and January 20th for the renovations out there at those buildings. But talking through a lot of the vendors and the contractors out there, we identified equipment that we wanted to pre-purchase early because it had a long lead time. So that's why we did so with these bids for Jefferson and Fisher. It's mostly going to be the mechanical and electrical components that we need for the building. As we look at this one, we received the bids on January 1st for the Jefferson. It came in about $7,500 difference from what our bid estimate was. So that one actually came in very well for us. On the Fisher Elementary, I put a strike through on those numbers. I don't like to change the presentations that I just presented at finance. So what I did for that one is because from the time we presented at the finance and when we put everything for the board report, ICI was still conducting their reviews for lowest responsible bidder. And one of the apparent low bidders, through investigations with them, ICI found out that they were missing a lot of the mechanical equipment that was in the bid specifications. So we had to disqualify them as the lowest responsible bidder. So as a result of that, the cost estimate went up to $595,000 off of that base estimate. So it looked like we were about $135,000 over on that one. So that's why you see that strikeout in there, is because it was an ongoing process that ICI was doing. So what's these means with these bids out there? So as we come back to the slide where we're $11.7 million of additional scope over, if we plug in for the bid numbers for the new field school and Jackson, minus the alternate, the same thing. Basically, when we were at the finance committee, it was kind of determined to include the alternate. So it looks right now that we're $15.2 million of additional scope over. If you throw in the Jackson, that was going to be $16.2 million of additional scope, where we're over what the referendum budget was. And that brings us back to that summary there, where if we look at everything overall, that puts us at $14.8 million, and including Jackson, everything that we have out there that we've completed, that's in process, what we have projected for the designs and remaining projects out there, we're going to be looking at, with the additional $1 million for the Jackson and everything, $15.8 million. That concludes my presentation. Any questions?
All right, questions? Chris?
So first, just to clarify, so the 43 million for remaining projects, so is that the same number that was in the original referendum budget, and that has not been changed?
Correct.
Okay, so that 43 million does not sort of incorporate the types of inflationary environment that we're seeing in all these other projects yet?
Correct.
Okay, understood. And then the projects in design, can you just comment on, based on where we're at in the process, like how solid do you feel about that figure? Or do we still have additional rounds of bidding to come? How far are we through that process?
Well, with those projects in design, the ones I'm talking about in design are the new field, Fisher, Jefferson, Jackson, York Auditorium, and athletic field improvements, which that one we really haven't filtered through. We're just doing some exploratory conceptual ideas on that. With these numbers, they do have field, which that you have the bid numbers in there at $38.4 million. Jackson, you have the bid numbers in there that have come in there at 8.4. And if we include the renovation or the addition, alternate one, that would be 9.4. Fisher and Jefferson will be opening those bids. We're reforecasting those right now based off of some of the numbers from field and Jackson. Those bids are scheduled to open on January 13th and January 20th. And the York Auditorium, we're still working on the full scope of that work and still working on that design. So we don't have anything that we can give to ICI for them to start costing that out. And those are the projects that are in design right now. So we're probably, at least half of that, we already have bid numbers for. If we look at it, $71 million, we have 46 of that in there that we've already have completed bid numbers on.
Okay. And then, so the balance of that, so 25 million of what's in that estimated actual, that is still based on what was originally in the referendum budget then, a couple years ago?
It was the original referendum budget plus some additional scope. Because like Fisher, referendum budget was 5.3 million, but we were estimated at 8.8 million because we were adding more classrooms out there. So those numbers include our estimates prior to, up until December 1st when we received the bids, and even in November with Jackson. So those numbers were the estimates that we're using. Then once we received the bids for these last two projects, so we're going to recast some of those, and ICI is working on that right now. So it's the money that we had in the referendum, but there was additional scope that we've added. So it's really not an apples-to-apples comparison. If we were at 5.3 million in the referendum, but then we've increased the scope out there, so we're at 8.8 million for Fisher as an example right now.
Right, so I understand that. So when I look at these numbers, it's, if I'm hearing you right, there's about 65 million of remaining projects where that 65 million doesn't reflect the inflationary environment that we're seeing yet.
Correct.
Is that?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Understood. Okay. And then last one, if I could just go back to slide 5. I just want to make sure I understand on the transition center. So we're showing that page 5. Sorry. There you go. So the completed to date spend is 3 million, but the estimated actual is 1.8.
And the reason to have that is because this is for referendum of 168.5. As you can see at the bottom there, the referendum scope had 1.767 million in there, but then we're getting additional funding from TIF surplus, IDA grants, and ESSER funds for a total of 3.2 million. So this presentation represents just what's in the referendum for the 168.5.
Okay.
And of that, we had 1.76 allocated for this project. That $3 million is really, if you look at, the total was 3.252 million, and we've already expended $3 million, so.
Okay.
I could have separated that
So
out
there's
too, but.
Other funding sources, yeah,
Yes.
that's fine. Okay. Yeah, and I guess, sorry, I lied. My new last question is the inflationary trend that we're seeing relative to what was originally estimated, a couple of years ago, is what? Like, so when I think about that 65 million that's in here on these pages, that seems likely to inflate, and I'm trying to understand, when I look at our liquidity and our cash position, how should I be thinking about that 65 million?
Okay, I'll let Mr. Fielden answer that one.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
When we put the referendum budgets together initially, we had 3.5% escalation per year. And obviously right now we're a little over that. Recasting that is going to be a little bit like gambling in Las Vegas. We're not really sure, how much more the market will escalate because it kind of varies by bid cycle right now. A good example is roofing. We've opened up 2 consecutive roofing packages, and they've come in higher every 2 weeks. So the roofing market, as an example, is escalating a little bit out of control. And it's somewhere between $28 to $30 a square foot for roofing right now, where like a month or so ago, it was between $23 to $25 a square foot. So they're really kind of, it's hard to predict, Chris, in that regard.
Got it. But baked in is 3.5% per annum.
Baked in is 3.5% right now. So what we're doing is, and as Todd suggested, we're going back and recasting the estimates right now based on what we know. And as we move forward with more designs and so forth, we'll have to take a tighter control based on what the bid market's telling us, and maybe put in more alternates than what we have in the past to help control the costs. So the board can make a better decision on budgets.
Okay. Thank you both.
Somebody else? Jim?
Todd, I'm going to ask probably the same questions Chris asked, but in a different way. Is that better? Okay. So I'm going to ask probably the same questions that Chris asked, but in a different way. So can you delineate for us, at the end of your presentation, we went from 15.2 million over budget to 14.8 to 15.8. So the 15.8 number, which was the last number you threw out, can you tell me what that represents?
That represents, based off of what we anticipate field to come in at, approximately $2 million more than what we estimated with the construction costs and then everything else out there, for an all-in of $38.4 million as opposed to $36.4 million. It also includes what we anticipate the additional cost for Jefferson at $1.5 million based off of the bids that were received out there.
So, okay, so 15.8 over budget includes Field and Jefferson.
Field and Jackson.
I'm sorry, Field and Jackson. What is left to do that we don't know the numbers? And I know you guys are, ICI is working on recasting, future bids, but we have about 65 million left to go.
So the ones we still don't know yet, we're recasting Jefferson and Fisher. And then we also have the York Auditorium, some athletic improvements. And then if you look at this slide right here, all those projects that we have out there remaining. And the biggest one, addition for Churchville, the renovations for Bryan and Sandburg, and the renovations for Madison.
So this is a list of the things that have not been bid or recast in terms of.
Haven't even been designed or scoped or nothing.
Okay. So 41 million, and then if you include Jefferson, Fisher, and the York Auditorium, we're at a total of 65 million yet
Roughly.
that we can't even estimate how far over budget it might be. Is that a correct?
Correct. We are working on part of that, we are working, like I said, recasting the Fisher and Jefferson. So a chunk of that we're working on right now. But this other work, we haven't even started design or any program analysis for it. So there's really nothing to forecast or recast on those until we start knowing exactly what we're going to be doing inside those buildings.
Okay, so tell me if this is correct. So the simple way to think of this, of the $168 million, we're a little over 100 through it, and on that 100 and change, we're projecting to be 15.8 million over budget, and we have roughly another 65 million left to go. That so far we can't put numbers around of whether that'll cost 65 or how much more than 65 that'll cost.
That is correct. We're 15 of the $100 million. We're 15 million, but that's with additional scope. It's
Yes,
over budget,
understood.
but it's additional scope. Yes.
Yeah,
So yes, you are correct.
Yeah, understood that it's not misforecasting, it's not all due to inflation, but we did increase the scope on several of these projects, and that is the majority of the extra money.
Correct.
Is the additional scope.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And one more question. When do you think you can bring more information back to us about whatever portion of that 65 million you can start to recast and re-estimate, reforecast, I guess? What does the time frame look like on that?
What Mark's timeline is, we'll know for sure January 13th when we get the bids back for Jefferson. I'll have to check with Mr. Poskins because he is working on that. I have not talked to him today to see where he's at, so it should be here in the next couple of weeks.
All right, thank you.
So the numbers that are up here on these projects that haven't been started, essentially, or aren't far enough along, those have contingency built into that number a little
Yes.
bit.
Yes.
The 3 to 4% or 3.5.
Depending
Okay.
on what project, each one's a little bit different.
Okay. All right. So some contingencies built into that, and then assuming we don't increase scope on those projects. Yeah, okay, sorry. Just thinking ahead. All right. Okay,
And
go
then
ahead, Beth.
To that point, just you had mentioned that with the increase in costs that were not expected, you'll be looking at, as you're doing the design of those projects, maybe looking at alternative ideas to manage some of that cost along the way within the projects as well.
Correct.
Maybe things you didn't have to do in the others. Okay. And then I just think it's really important to reiterate, so everybody understands, what Mr. Collins was saying about the increase in scope, because the 15 million over is a large number. The additional scope then is 13.5 million. So that is the reason for a lot of that additional overage.
Yes.
And a lot of that cost is not money coming out of the referendum budget. Funding for that.
Correct.
Yes. Okay. I just wanted to make sure everybody's clear on that, who's listening. Thank you.
Yeah, so just, I mean, I think, just to build on what Beth was saying, so the 15 million or, you know, if that number goes slightly higher, we're using our excess cash balance to fund that. And so when, you know, we receive questions from constituents about what do these budget overages mean for my taxes? That's a frequent question that we receive. And at this point, given that we can fund it out of excess cash, it does not affect the tax position, and we don't have the ability to issue more bonds than what was originally authorized by the voters in the referendum process anyhow. So just, I think it's important to keep that in mind as we talk about these expenditures.
Okay, any other questions? Comments? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next item on the agenda is the strategic plan proposal and presentation. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Campbell and let her introduce that.
Thank you. There has been much conversation about the opportunity to further develop a strategic plan to allow our entire district and stakeholders and constituents to really galvanize around key priority areas and ways in which we can then further align ourselves to those priority areas. And so tonight, I am extremely excited to present to the board a potential professional service provider and support in engaging in this work. After much consideration and reviewing of various strategic plan professionals and providers, we as the cabinet feel that HYA presents a plan that could best align and support our district in its forward movement and thinking and planning. So on tonight, I, along with Lori Kimbrell, who I'm going to ask to come up to the microphone, we would like to share with the Board of Education our preliminary thinking around a strategic planning, system alignment, and measuring impact. And so this presentation, we will tag team a little bit and go back and forth through this presentation. But I'm first going to turn it over to Lori to just share a little bit about herself, and then we can dive right in to the presentation. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Campbell. I am so pleased to be here tonight and to be with all of you and to frankly be in my hometown. So I'm here tonight, if you want to just move to the second slide, I'm here tonight as the strategic plan. Oh, let's
let's go one more slide. We're going to go back and
Yeah.
forth in this. So I'm here tonight on behalf of Hazard Young Attia and Associates, and I travel across the country and work with a lot of school boards. I support teams that are out in the field across the country doing this work. And it is incredible. Boards and districts just like you are dealing with a lot of issues right now, but focusing on the future and really thinking about where are we going. So when I am not doing this kind of work, I am a professor at the University of Georgia of Ed Leadership, and I teach aspiring superintendents in the doctoral program and the master's program. And while all that may be mildly interesting or not, I think what is actually interesting and actually why I am here tonight, because I made a vow not to travel in December, but I am here because of my ties to you and to this community and my care about what happens here. So as I mentioned, I went through school here, K through 12, and I'm a proud graduate of York High School, as are my brothers. But we are not the only family members to graduate from York and to go to school here. So my mother is also a proud graduate of York High School, as are my grandfather and my grandmother. Now, when you think about it, my grandfather was one of 13 children. My grandmother was one of 3, so a small family at the time. Everybody stayed in town, right? So I went to school with my cousins, my second cousins, my third cousins, and many of them are still here. And so I was the 3rd generation, but we are currently, my family is currently on the 5th generation of 205 students. Right, so this isn't a fly-by-night for me. This isn't when I get the call, can you come to 205 and talk? I am going to get on a plane and come talk to you because this is something I care deeply about. So thank you. Just a quick few things about HYA. Also not a fly-by-night company. We've been around for about 35 years, doing a lot of work to support schools, leaders across the country. As you know, we do some executive search. We redeveloped the strategic plan division in March of 2020. It's the time you laugh a little bit. With, right days before literally the world shut down. And so that really gave us time to think about what should this work look like and how can we make an impact. So what you're going to hear us say a lot tonight is this is not just about making a strategic plan. This is about measuring the impact, understanding what's happening, continuous improvement, and really creating a thought about, and a collective thought about this is the way we work around here, and we know our impact, and we work hard to make sure things are improving, continuously improving on behalf of the students that we serve. So let's go back to those essential questions. And so you're going to see these reappear throughout the presentation where Dr. Campbell and I are tag teaming. So I'm not going to read these to you. Kind of hard to read them from over here anyway. So I'll let you read them. And just know that we're going to go through each of these one by one and work to answer these for you so that hopefully by the end of the presentation, we've addressed all of these really important issues, and again, going beyond just a plan that sits on a shelf to a plan that impacts the climate, culture, and everyday work in your schools.
I will interject right there to say that HYA is no stranger to the district, that there were opportunities in the past, actually right prior to the hit of COVID, in which the Board of Education worked directly with HYA, and specifically under the initiative of the Thrive 205 initiative, that their work was targeted specifically in the area of the mental health and gaining and looking at data and collecting data across various stakeholders to really guide that work moving forward. And then obviously COVID happened. And so at that time there was a intentional and purposeful pause. And so we bring HYA back and we will share throughout this presentation the work that we can build upon in order to move forward, but I just wanted to make sure that the board was aware in terms of if you're like, we're familiar, you were, and we have them work in a very different, very narrow context, and now we're looking to partner with them to engage in this strategic planning work moving forward.
Okay, I think we can move to pass this one to the next one. I'll turn it back over to Dr. Campbell.
So I think it's really important to, start with our why. What is the why and the real purpose of strategic planning as an effective tool to improve student outcomes? As we've said, it's not about a process and a plan that then sits on the shelf. It's about engaging continuously and reflecting around data and information to really identify and guide the work that we want to do for our students. And I think this is a really great opportunity to also unite all of our constituents and our community members around a very specific shared focus, which that being our students. It also helps in really making sure that there is a clear direction and to bring clarity to a very, very complicated and complex system when we talk about organizational change. And then it also provides, what you will hear, one key word is that alignment. It provides alignment throughout our entire organization with very, very clear common understandings of what are a few focus areas, and then how, most importantly, we're going to measure our success and measure our progress around those few areas as designed through this process. So we want to continue to build upon our rich history. This is not a start over. This is not a start from scratch. There has been amazing work that the district and the board has engaged in over the past several years. And so really thinking about where are we now as it pertains to that work, and there's a slide that we're going to show a little bit later, and then where do we want to go and how are we going to get there? I really want to make sure that in this you hear continuous improvement is most difficult in school districts like ours with a history of success, with a history of very positive outcomes, with a history of various initiatives that support students. But I think there are a few leverage points that prompt change, and we have those fond memories of the way in which we've gone about the work. However, research and experience tells us that we can build upon our success and create a culture of continuous improvement. And if we are clear on the definition of where we are now through the collection of reporting data and where we want to go, we know that there's opportunity to constantly gather data and information to create a shared understanding of those successes, and clearly spells out what is to come. And so this visual, I think, really wants to underscore that we have the opportunity to create that roadmap and to build up on our very rich history. But knowing, again, that it's the problem in and of itself does not begin and stop with just the strategic plan as a document, that this roadmap is actually not enough. If you go to the next slide, what we do know, and again, Michael Fullen is also no stranger to our district, that the research tells us that the problem, again, with many strategic plans is that they do not address each of the elements of whole system change. And so missions are developed, goals are developed, they're put on posters, goals are put in plans, and then they sit on a shelf or they hide away in some remote corner of the website that we don't go through. What we are proposing is that this continuous improvement actually depends on the work that goes well beyond the development of the plan. So our deep commitment to our why of our work, the moral imperative of improving student outcomes, a relentless focus on a small number of ambitious shared priorities, distributed and coordinated leaderships, building leadership capacity across all levels of our organization, are just a few of the critical aspects and components to support this whole system change framework. And I want to, again, to say, to move a whole system forward, I want to be honest, change is difficult, it's hard, it's not always very linear, and sometimes it actually doesn't happen. But I am confident that we have a strong leadership team in place to make the very complex, doable, focused, aligned across our entire school community, and most important, drilling down the work to the school level, to individual classroom, and to our students. So with that being said, understanding that, again, a key focus of our work is really elevating the evidence over our opinion. So how do we know what impact we are having? How do we evaluate that evidence? And how do we constantly engage in cycles of continuous improvement to make sure that the changes are based on the evidence? And I think that's the question that it really boils down to. What is our impact? And really identifying that and being very laser focused on how we're moving forward and how we're supporting our schools and the various strategies that they need to employ based on their student population and based on the differentiated needs that exist across all of our buildings.
So the piece I just want to add there about knowing your impact is, again, that's the place where a lot of places, and not just school districts, organizations make these plans, and they have goals, and they're very well-intended folks that make these plans, and they're very skilled folks that are implementing those plans, but they stop short of understanding what difference does it make, right? If we, say we decide we're going to develop a new first grade reading curriculum, but if we don't know the impact that that curriculum actually makes, then what was it for, right? It's moving beyond checklists, and we did these things to really understand what matters. And that's why this process, we call it strategic planning, but it's really so much more than that and so much deeper than that. And the one thing I want to talk about too with Hazard Young and TIA is that, you know, the word consultant, right, comes with all kinds of connotations to it that frankly aren't always great, because consultants sometimes come to your district, right, and land in your place and tell you these things, right, and then they leave. And again, we're really interested in helping you build capacity to sustain work over time, so that as we do gradually fade into the background, that your team, already really incredibly strong, already doing really amazing work here, is empowered with the skills and the understanding and the resources and everything they need to keep this going over time. So it's a very different model than, again, the consultant as the expert who comes and then leaves. So the next question, Dr. Campbell talked to you about why, and I'm going to pick it up with how. So how does this work happen? And basically there are 3 phases, and the graphic here is very purposeful that these phases overlap, intertwine, are very, very dependent on one another. And the first phase really is community engagement, and we'll go more specifically into that. But the important piece to think about is that you are not starting from scratch. You have done some really fabulous community engagement very, very recently with your superintendent search, and that is information that we can build on. Your superintendent has gathered information in her first months here. That's information that we will consider and build on. Hazard Young and TIA did some listening work for you in 2020, also work to build on. So there is just a rich base to start from, and not all districts have that advantage, frankly, that you have. From then in phase 2, and again, I'll go more deeply into each of these phases, The second big chunk of work, though, really comes with taking all of that data. So all of the data previously gathered, the data that we together decide to gather, and this is not predetermined. Again, we do not come to you with a list of things that will happen during each phase. We develop these together because this is a partnership. But we take all of that data and we work with it. And we build on, again, the pieces that you have to expand those and to create a full strategic plan. Now, the thing that I also want to emphasize is that the third phase is the place that a lot of districts stop short and they never make it to the third phase. But that's where the change happens. It's where the hard work happens too. And there is no magic solution, right? There is no magic wand. There's no easy way to get to continuous improvement. It is hard work at the school level. So let's move on to the next slide and talk about phase one, inclusive engagement. So the big idea, again, is to gather a wide variety of data to build on that good store of data that you already have. And so we do that by both collecting perception data or qualitative data, and then we also look at quantitative data. So the quantitative data, right, the really concrete, measurable stuff, student achievement, performance on prior strategic plans, fiscal information, all of that data that is present in your system right now that really tells us the beginning of the map. Where are we today? And then we look at the perception data. And again, we'll work together on defining exactly what that looks like. But I will say that we always begin with interviews of board members, superintendent, and cabinet, and selected community leaders, again, as determined by you. And so the reason that we start there is you are very, very familiar and immersed in the work. And the questions, it's a pretty extensive interview. They're, again, individual. They last about an hour each. And we really dig into your thoughts, ideas, feelings, where the school district is headed, where they've been, all of that good stuff. From there, we develop questions for focus groups. Now, the reason that we do that is we need the focus group questions to be very tailored to your district. They're not a generic set of questions that we just ask everywhere. What we ask in Bensonville, where we're working right now, will not work in Elmhurst. It's a very different community, even though it's right next door. And so again, we work on customizing, and that's a word you'll hear a lot too, customizing those focus group questions to be the best fit for you and your community. Now, the one thing I will also say about focus groups is they are very future focused. We do not talk about today and complaints about today, right? We talk about the future for children. And so what I will tell you is that that engages people in a very different way than what they've become used to very recently. I'll leave it at that for now. There's also a community survey that gives a nice way for those who can't come to focus groups, aren't interested in focus groups, to have a voice in the process as well. So at the end of phase one, or actually during phase one, the first thing you get is something called a communication toolkit. So that is, we don't want to leave you starting from scratch on anything. And so there are templates for inviting people to focus groups, for press releases, for website blurbs, for school newsletter articles, and of course, all of that has to be customized to you. But again, it's a way to not have to start from scratch and to give you a little bit of boost as you're really trying to ensure that your community is very, very engaged in this process. Because again, the end result needs to be a plan that is bigger than any individual, bigger than any team, bigger than the school board, right? That is owned by your community, and they can see their voice in the plan, and they can see the overwhelming voice, right? Not just an individual small group voice, but what does all of the community say? And then the next piece is a really extensive data report of everything that we've collected during this first phase. And we have data protocols that we use to really dig into that and work together to identify trends and patterns and themes and the big ideas that are coming out from all of your stakeholder groups. Again, a wide, wide swath of your community. So let's move on. Okay, the second phase is focusing on strategy. And I cannot read that slide from here at all, so I'm going to talk about it. I might have to come out from behind the podium and use my teacher voice. So focusing on strategy, again, this is the point where we really take all of that data and we work on building the broad direction of a strategic plan. Now, I am going to come out because there are some pieces.
While you get your mic and come on out to the middle of the floor, I'll just say that we again know that this work had already been begun here and started with really thinking about the district vision and the mission as well as the core beliefs. And so what you will see here is that there will be opportunities to review, refine, ensuring that that really captures where our community is. But we purposefully highlighted and really bolded the areas of which we last left off, which was going into the work of the portrait of the graduate, and what students should know and be able to do, which then leads into the strategic goals and strategic objectives. So when you see this as board members, I want to just reiterate that we're not starting with wordsmithing from the beginning, our vision and our mission and our core beliefs. It will involve some review of that and looking at what that really means, and are we fully, does it fully capture where we are as a district, but really as a strong launching pad, which again, I think is such a great benefit here at District 205, that there's work that has already been done, and we're able to now build off of that work and move forward with our process.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that when you're reviewing your vision, mission, and those beliefs, it really could just be an acknowledgement that yes, this is good work we did, right? We're holding tight to this, and there might be some tiny little changes, but we don't anticipate, we've been surprised, but we don't anticipate big changes there because that work was done pretty recently and in a pretty high quality manner. So that's, again, a great place to pick up the work. So again, the portrait of a graduate, this is really, again, I've been in a few communities doing this work myself this fall because I wanted to, I've been in a lot of board meetings and I wanted to really be boots on the ground and feel, what does it feel like to talk to focus groups? And again, this focusing on what should our students know and be able to do as a result of being in District 205 for 13 years is really a nice place to get past the arguments of today, because we're focused. It's so easy to refocus people when they fall back into it, onto the future, onto their kids, onto the students. And so it's been a good process for many, many communities, and I've seen what it has done to kind of bring some people together myself. Strategic goals, 3 to 5 big priority areas that really emerge from that data set that we bring forward. And then strategic objectives are the actions necessary to make progress towards those big goals. Now, we're still, with these strategic objectives, we're still at the governance level here. We're not at the nitty-gritty of exactly, what the educators will be doing. So we're at the big picture still at this level. And so these are the pieces that we will work on during phase 2. So again, the deliverables are the strategic plan with several pieces that you already have, the portrait of the graduate to be added, and strategic goals and objectives. And so this is the piece then, the strategic plan, that gets brought back to the board for approval. And again, the issue is that so many districts stop here, and the work hasn't really Well, it's begun, right? But there's still so much more to do to make it an actual plan that impacts our students. So phase 3 is my personal favorite phase. I think the most important phase. We can move on to phase 3. Thank you. So phase 3, and this is the next question that we had. Why is implementation and measurement the most important part? Right? If this is a part that a lot of people don't do, why is it so important? Well, we have a nice infographic here at the Plan, Do, Check, Act circle that as we're implementing a strategic plan becomes a part of the culture, becomes a part of the daily lives of district office folks, of principals, of teachers, of students. We collect data on what we're doing. We look at that data, we examine it. We use that data to understand our impact. We're back to know thy impact. And we make adjustments based on that data, and then we go again. And this is a never-ending circle. And if we live in this way, again, the plan becomes bigger than any individual person or any current team that you have right now. So during this phase, we make full implementation plans. We as you, right, educators, work to create plans that have identification of strategies. So what are we going to do? Or what are we already doing? That's important. What are we already doing that fits into that strategic priority area that we need to continue to measure, gather data on, and look at the impact of? This doesn't mean that we start everything all again. We develop metrics. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. Timelines, persons responsible. So again, here's the nitty-gritty where we're really starting to put some meat on the bones of that plan. Now, we focus on strategic indicators to measure impact. Now, I'm going to talk about this for a second because this is a little bit different than a lot of the ways that in education we have been making plans for the last 30 years. I can only speak for the last 30 years because that's how long I've been doing this. We have done this thing where we've said for every goal, we have a measurement, and it must be specific, measurable, attainable, and SMART goals, right? And we have checklists, and we check all the things off. Now, the problem is that's assuming that schools are not complex organizations. That's assuming that everything happens in a straight line in a school, and it's not true. We have a system where if we change pieces of human resources, it's going to impact the classroom. If we change the finance model, it's going to impact human resources, right? And all of these things impact each other. So we have to think in terms of what are the big things that we want to monitor and change if we hope to have the impact that we want. So let me give you an example. In the airline industry, so I got on a plane to fly here and be with you. I'm getting on another one at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everybody who works for United Airlines, from the CEO to the pilot to the person that cleaned that plane to the person that checked me at the gate, knows their on-time arrival numbers. They all know it. On-time arrivals are one of their key indicators. Now, how fast the plane gets cleaned, how fast the guy on the runway, all of those people have a piece of that, and we can't take one piece out and say that is the one thing that impacted it. And we have to think the same way in schools. We have to think in terms of these big strategic indicators that we all get on board with, that we all know, that we're all accountable for, and that we're going to measure, and we're going to share with our community. And along with that, there's a strategic dashboard that you already have that we can really do some work to help that be more of a living, breathing thing, to refine that for you, and to help you tell your story of the good work that you're doing to your community through that dashboard. And the other thing is we check in with you during that first year. We don't, again, walk away and say, we're done, we're not going to talk to you anymore. It becomes kind of like a family with the districts that we work with. And even if we didn't have an obligation to check in with you, we want to check in with you, right? We care how our districts are doing and that our plans are doing what you need them to do and making impact. Also, ECRA is our partner company, data company. I know you've done some work with them too. Later on, if you want some more work with your data, they're available to to work with you as well. So this is, we're not going to read all these words here, but the big idea here is that action plans have all of these components. Now, this is oversimplified because it shows the exact opposite thing of what I told you. It shows one metric for each goal. It doesn't really work that way. But again, the big idea here is that we help you fully develop each goal so we know what's going to happen and what it's going to look like. Okay, alignment. Dr. Campbell talked a lot about alignment, and you have done some work on alignment already. And so the key right now, and after this plan is developed, is really to refine that alignment and to make sure that that alignment makes it to schools, right? And that your principals and your teachers and your teacher leaders and the good coaches that we saw the presentation from before also understand the plan, the direction, and those metrics. And so that's also part of this process, is we help you work with principals to create school improvement plans that are in sync and do the work. That schools are where the action happens, right? As former superintendent, right, we want to believe it happens in the superintendent's office. It happens in classrooms with teachers and kids. And so we have to make sure that the strategic plan is being implemented there.
And I'll just echo there that one of the things that we've actually started doing and we've been able to present and share is that work around school improvement plans and the work that we have already begun this year in looking at the alignment of what actually are we measuring and what are those key strategies that are going to help us get there and how we're going to monitor that throughout throughout and over the course of a school year. So I really appreciate this particular visual because as we know though, for it actually to impact students, it has to get down to the school level. And I think that that's one of the elements that I definitely want us to keep coming back and highlighting and underscoring and elevating is that the alignment and the work that happens across our district has to reach the school level. And so I really appreciate and I want us to make sure that we understand that we are going to start talking about students, this process about students and the idea of the portrait of the graduate, and we're going to end this process talking about students and how that's going to impact and make it down to the classroom, to a school level, classroom level, and individual school level, because that's where I think the lever or the key lever for supporting the work and the change and the alignment is going to we will actually see the results of it.
Right, and so that mantra, know thy impact, is something that teachers embrace as well, and they understand their impact. And again, we saw a nice preview of that from your coaches in that video today, right? Talking about their impact and really, again, making that conversation a part of everyday life in a school, in all of your schools. So also, when we align a strategic plan in this way, we also have an opportunity to make decisions then that are really well aligned to the plan. And again, this is just a quick little flow chart of making a decision that, again, lots of people come to you with lots of different ideas from lots of different places. All of them are well-intentioned. Every single one of the people that come to you with ideas. Many are research-based. Not all will align and fit with your strategic plan. And so making decisions as a board, as a district office, as principals, to really align and hone in on that plan is also a skill that has to be practiced over time and then become second nature. So the one caveat I want to introduce here, though, is this decision-making structure is not permission for anyone to say, we're starting everything from scratch and all of the good initiatives we have in place are now subject to change. That is not the case, right? You have a lot of really good things happening here, right? And we should be measuring the impact of those. We should understand how they impact students. We should be making changes to continue to increase the impact. But we don't, just because we have a strategic plan and we have a way to think about decision making, that doesn't mean we stop doing the good research-based things that we have put in place already.
It's important to note, as already shared, that continuous improvement work is a big lift. And as we went back to that very complex visual from Michael Fullen of all of the various components that impact whole system change, and knowing that at any given time within the dynamics of a district and a school that a lever could potentially change, we still have to understand that even as complex and challenging as it is, there is an opportunity for us in our strategic planning process to make the complex doable. I'm going to use the word to chunk the work in a way that we can then align key measurements so that we are engaging constantly in the process, in the habits of mind, in the way in which we actually operate here across our entire district. So with that being said, there's a couple of words that I just would like to punctuate that's on this particular visual. Relentless, measure, align, and community. Relentless focus on a small number of shared goals across the district. There are things that are happening that we want to continue to happen. There are initiatives, as Lori has mentioned, that are going to continue. But there's a conversation here as to what we want to collectively and holistically really narrow in and focus on as a few of those shared understandings of priorities. And then the next question is, how are we going to measure the impact of that and align ourselves across our entire school community around that? So that concludes our presentation. I want to again thank Lori for allowing the co-facilitation of this presentation to take place. I want to just highlight that the next steps after hearing this presentation today, obviously ask the questions, but then looking to present an actual formal recommendation of our partnership with them in the month of January at our January 11th board meeting. And then we would obviously in the intermediate of the time start to think about the development of a potential draft timeline in which we would map out how we would progress through those 3 phases as discussed on tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions?
I just have one quick comment. I really I think it's so important to have that robust community engagement and input from the start of the process. And I like the, reaching a wide swath of the community and making sure we're hearing all voices. I think that's so important because then as we move through the work, the stakeholders can really understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, how we're going to move forward, how their students will be impacted. And then that just helps us all to be partners in the process. And I just think it's really an important piece of the work. So
yeah, and can I add to that we work with you to be also relentless about making sure we find and hear all voices and not the 30 people that will show up because they're the PTA moms who are meeting at night at the district office or at Jackson School, right? We work with you to find other places. We'll get those voices, right? They're easy to get. But the hard gets are the ones we need, right? And so we go out to faith-based organizations, senior centers, sometimes homes. We were just in a home in Carol Stream for one to get a specific group of parents. So we really work to get all of those voices. And again, the idea is when you see that data report that is, 40 pages, the one that I just worked on, and of course there's a summary of here's the big picture and what it means, but you can see where your voice fits, right? And it might fit in a little corner, or it might fit seeing it all over. And I think that's going to be important for you, is to see what's small and what's big and to get a true picture of that and to recalibrate. And everybody's going through the same thing right now because you've done a lot of good listening, but just the recalibration right now after the turmoil that we've all been in for the past 18 months.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'll just follow up on that. Like my favorite phase is going to be phase 3, and that's the one that I'm most anxious about because that's the one where, like you mentioned, I feel like there's the greatest potential for fail. And I really will be relentless in pursuing this for our students and our community. I think the community got a very nice taste of a positive 3-step process when we selected you. Right? There was community engagement, there was listening, there was lots of positive feedback, and they felt like they were part of the process. And they're going to expect that, and they deserve it. And what our job is to make sure that phase 3 happens efficiently, effectively, and it represents what we hear in the first 2 phases. So I'm eagerly waiting for it. So thank you for the presentation and all the time you put into it.
Thanks for the presentation, very thorough, and it sounds like a good way to be looking at how we should move forward. Just 1 or 2 questions and a couple comments. The first is, we're a fairly large district with many different schools and principals, and I guess my question is really, how do you create that buy-in from staff? Because they really become an integral role throughout the strategic plan. Feedback from them might help us prioritize. And then they, of course, get into that carrying out. So can you talk to us a little bit about, how do you create that buy-in? Because I just think it's so important to successful strategic plan, or how do you see that playing in our district?
Oh, absolutely. I'll start, and then I know Dr. Camp is going to want to say some things. So it starts in the same place that it does with the community, and that is having really extensive feedback during phase 1 from not just teachers, but teachers, staff, school leaders. And again, that happens in the survey, focus groups, interviews sometimes as well. Sometimes the leaders who we choose for individual interviews are very selectively chosen because of the leverage they have. So again, it starts there, but then it also continues throughout the process. And so when the group that is selected to be the strategic planning committee, and the size of that group really varies depending on the district. Typically there are, again, some high leverage teacher types on that, and again, staff people on that, and we make sure we have that they understand that their voice was represented in the data set, and now we're working with that data set, and they're seeing that. And part of that strategic plan committee is also a commitment to, when we walk out of one of those phase 2 meetings, what we walk out with are talking points for all of us, what we're going to share, how we're going to share it, and who we're going to share it with. And so we make sure that that information makes it back to our teachers in multiple ways, and that they're involved. And so, yes, their involvement throughout the process is essential, because you're right, it won't work unless they're intimately involved and buying in and understanding.
Yeah, I think, you spoke a little bit about their voice, everyone's voice being represented or seen through your 40-page, and I won't hold you to 40 pages, but your data set response, right? And so with strategic plans in schools, I just know that they play, our staff plays such a valuable role in the execution and this not becoming something that sits on a shelf. Thank you, district office. I will close the door and do what I'm doing, right? And it's, how do we make this about kids and what they need and who knows what they need and develop those themes or find those themes and then come up with our priorities, right? So thank you for that. I love the conversation around continuous improvement model. And that's just a way of life. And it's hard to implement in schools. I think schools, especially in communities that have rich history and tradition like ours, at times, although I think our teachers and principals do a wonderful job of continually trying new things and taking risks, at times as educators, we can get a little stuck in our way too. So I think what we're talking about is really a cultural change. There's moments when you talk about change, and I think we just have to highlight, and this is my kind of comment about this, is that we are doing many things very well in our schools. And when we say continuous improvement, it just means that we're constantly looking from that lens of what can we be doing differently to have a greater impact. We might be at, if you want to measure it, 90%, and we're continuing to improve. And we're still trying to get to 91 or 92. Or we're trying to make sure that every group or student sees themselves in the curriculum, has positive experiences, sees growth. So I think continuous improvement from the lens of a cultural shift or a way of thinking, a habit of mind, feels different to me than, systemic change in the school. That feels scary to me in a school district that sees success, right, overall. So just being mindful of that, I think, is important. And then let me see. I just want to make sure I hit all my notes. Sorry. Continuous improvement. I think we're good. I'm good. Sorry. Yeah, I'm good. It's a lot. Strategic plans are very large, and I worry that the weight sits on our district administration, and I hope that, and I know that with Keisha's leadership too, we're going to push some of that weight and get more people involved and move this towards, those top 3-4 priorities. So I'm looking forward to the work. I know it's a heavy lift, but together everyone can really take us somewhere really great. So thank you.
I think one of the things that I will add when we talk about, really helping build the support of our staff and particularly our teachers, as we go in and out of schools, teachers are extremely excited about knowing and having clarity and consensus and shared, continuous kind of this ongoing shared opportunity to collaborate and reflect around that. And we're already seeing bits of that as we've talked about just in this year long around our school improvement plan process and being able to, communicate and share that and how. And I think a really important part of this, and I go back to this, is actually the utilization of our school leaders and the leadership teams within and across the school to really help build that consensus, that understanding, that buy-in, that excitement, and knowing that we all across are headed in the same direction. But yet there might be opportunities where the strategies might differ based on the students or the needs of that school, but at least there is some consensus and understanding. I really have already seen an excitement and an appetite for that as I'm out and about in schools and engaging with staff members. So thank you for bringing that up.
I have one more thing just while you're talking. I'm sorry. And the key of just taking risks and understanding that some things that we plan might not go as well as we thought. That's continuous improvement. We want to take risks, we want to learn from them, and we want to continuously improve. And I love that I'm hearing you say there might be different strategies in different schools that meet their needs. Exactly. I'm hopeful that our staff feels that opportunity to take risks and that it's okay to not get to where we were going, but we're just going to make another shift and keep continuously improving.
It's close enough? Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to continue on some points that Athena brought up. I think the only way this is worth the money is if it does lead to a cultural change of continuous improvement. And in my mind, you can't have continuous improvement unless you can measure it. So I want to jump to the end, which is your measurement phase. And I'm going to ask you all the questions at once, and then you can just plow through them. So can you give us some examples of what you're measuring and the impact that it has and how that leads to continuous cultural change? And then my second topic is, can you discuss how you escaped the gravitational pull of Elmhurst and moved to Georgia?
So let me start there because that's the easiest / the hardest. I don't know. So yes, all of my family is still here, so it gives me quite a landing base to come home to. Just had dinner down the street tonight with my brother and his wife, who are also York grads, both of them. So anyway, yeah. So
By the way, God bless them all.
Yeah, so I started my teaching career here in DuPage County, but then spent most of my time in Lake County. So I was at so in this notion of high achieving schools and change. So I spent most of my career at Lake Forest High School District, and so there's some hard fought change there. That, and again, with no obvious leverage points for change, and that's what you're facing, right? There's no huge glaring problem that people come screaming you have to change it, right, as far as what's happening with students. And so from there, I then was a superintendent for 7 years in Marin County, California. So I don't know if you know anything about Marin County, just north of San Francisco. Also very, very high achieving kind of a place. But what I will tell you is that in Elmhurst, in your schools, I learned how to make hard decisions, how to stand in the fire, to live with those decisions, how to work with others who agree with me and who don't, more importantly, how to put together and work with a good team. I learned everything, right? Everything that I accomplished is based on what happened in the 13 years I spent in school here, right? And quite simply, that's what we want for every student, all, 8,000 of them and plus that are here now. We want that experience for all of them. And you have the capacity to do that and a head start over so many other places. So measurement. So it depends on the strategic priority areas, obviously, right? Because we want to have those aligned to what we've said is important. But some examples, if we're looking at student growth, right? There's some pretty important milestones that we know. Reading at the third grade level is one of those really important milestones. And so perhaps, we could look at measuring, and again, we talk about what is the most appropriate measure or measures here to determine how many of our students are proficient at the third grade reading level at the end of third grade. That's a big one. Completion of algebra in 8th grade or your 9th grade year, right, is another gatekeeper to the rest of your education. And so that's one that also typically gets measured. Again, I've spent a lot of time in high school districts, both in Illinois and California. We have this unique high school district separate. And so there's a lot of work at measuring, and this is about to change for the good, that sometimes those key indicators are those college entrance tests. We're finding a little bit of a shift right now, too, to look at what does it mean to also be career ready. So not or, but and. College and career ready, so that when you leave high school, you have a choice. And so sometimes districts, we create measures based on that. Again, what does it look like at the very end? There are financial indicators. One of the ones on the example we had up there was achievement of a specific bond rating for our districts that are anticipating a referendum. Now, you've been there, right? And you're on the other side of that right now. So that might not be a metric. So they are big, broad metrics. Some also a recruitment and retention of really high quality teacher metrics we use as well. And so the idea there is that we work to set those together during that phase 3, and then the dashboard can be used either as an internal or an internal and external tool to really make that very apparent of this is how we're measuring it, and this is where we are, and these are the strategies that we have in place, and these are the changes that we're making based on the data that we have. So that was a big roundabout answer, but it really, it varies from district to district, but we spend a lot of time developing those.
And how many measurements would you recommend?
That's a really good question. Right, we really push you all to refine that to a reasonable number. So the human brain can, I'm going to go back to this chunking idea, right, can chunk 3 to 5 big concepts. So now I'm not saying that you're only going to measure 5 things in your whole district and call it a day, but you're going to have 3 to 5 big ones, right? Big on-time arrival type measurements that everybody talks about, that you know about, that are front and center all the time. Now, there, again, are some smaller ones along the way to that we're also tending to. But as a system, these big 3 to 5 measures are front and center. But keep in mind, too, they're system measures. They're not measures of one little silo of your, how is 4th grade science at Edison. It's, again, a much bigger than a small metric like that.
So I first wanted to lead with thank you for including the Max McGee Thrive 205. We paid for work. You've done some of that work. That's going to be part of this cycle, so we don't reinvent the wheel. And
Absolutely.
utilize those funds that were used.
Yes.
And secondly, the ECRA work that we did with the 4 big buckets for KPIs, and that should link to what you just said.
Absolutely, yes. So that's the dashboard that you already have. Yeah. And so now it is alignment with your plan and refinement. Yeah.
Right. So that's important, because what you said is it's a launching point, and it's not redoing or pretending that nothing was done in the past. That is important. It's one of the first times we've done that. And so, this is a major initiative for you, so thank you for doing that, Keisha. Secondly, since we're a large unit district, we are complex. And yet, I think in this process, a priority for us needs to be to make everything clear. You said that, but still I'm going to reiterate it. And connected. I know you use alignment, but I'm also thinking connected, because I'm looking at it from our audience, or the people who really are going to make this happen day to day, is we need to connect it for them. Okay, so simple, clear, and connected. So, and cohesive, because it is individual students, it is individual classrooms, but we are one district. We made a lot of progress over the last 10, 11 years to be a unit district. We couldn't do this work if that work hadn't been done. And so I think that's another, we need to understand what's in place from that standpoint that hadn't always been, and use that as the launching ramp as well. And so my last piece is a question for you. So I see phases and all that sort of stuff, but I want to get a sense of time frame.
So that, again, we have done this work as quickly as 3 months in some places. That won't be the case here. You're too big and you're too complex for that. I've got a district I'm working personally with in Connecticut right now who lost their superintendent halfway through. And so, and had an interim and now have their new person. And so that extends it. So typically about 6 months, but it could really change based on what we find. Now, the other thing is we could make a timeline and get through the focus phase and look at that report and decide there's something we need to adjust, something we need to go back and do. So, and so we're very flexible the whole time and mindful of the fact that what we do well is customizing and collaborating. We don't do cookie cutter plans. So, and the actual plan through phase 2, 4 months, but the real work comes after that. So.
Just trying to get a sense of.
Yeah.
And so the last piece is I forgot what slide it is that you talk about. You're working with us in the third phase of implementation and evaluation, which I think is another key piece where you are with us as we implement it,
right,
to ensure that we know how to do what we need to do. Do you know what I mean? Like,
right,
to
right.
keep that going.
Right.
Because it's not a one and done, and
Right.
it's not something that we just do once a year or once
Right.
every 5 years.
Right.
This is really the culture of continuous improvement, which is how we're doing our work. I think that we have pockets of stuff that we do that, to me, are what we're talking about. But if we can link it all together, make that alignment, make it clearer, make it look more simple from the end perspective, the employees that are implementing it day to day. I mean, using the tools in the day to day and linking all the pieces together and the whys, I think that would be phenomenal. And that's where, I think we can be. And that was really kind of the next step that I've thought that we needed to get to when we stopped doing the work.
Yeah.
Temporarily.
Your point about clarity is so important. And so if we think back to that Michael Fullen big circle with all that stuff on it, that is something we bring to you as a board who is immersed in the work. We would not bring a graphic like that to the community ever, 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 right? We might bring that plan, do, act, revise, like that one. We would certainly bring the mantra, know thy impact, right? But yes, we really want to keep it crystal clear and be mindful of who our audience is. So good point.
Do you have anything? No? Okay. So I just wanted to, I think there's a little bit of like, why would we, I've thought about why would we do this right now? We're tired. I'm going to be honest. We're tired. I'm tired right now. But I think, after, as the pandemic, hopefully, we're coming to the end of that. It just like you said with college entrance exams, right? Like things are changing. Things have changed during the pandemic. Even probably, I think as parents, maybe how you think about things for your kids, it might change too. So I feel like as a community, it's a good time to do that community outreach that really you hear from a lot of different people. You and your team are experienced at running that kind of community engagement. And I think, just like when we did the superintendent search, people really, they went, they participated, and then they saw the product and felt heard, just like you alluded to, that you could point to where you were heard, where your voice was. So I think that's an important piece. And having someone else do it, I think is a good thing at this time that's experienced and an expert. And then, I think we have so many good things going in our district, but I think so many people in the district don't know why we're doing them. And I think when, with the last slide where you did those words, the one that I really think, and Karen kind of alluded, is focus. Like, what is our focus? Like, even when we sit at the board table, what is our focus that we are relentlessly focused on to do the best for kids in this moment with the resources we have? And how can every person in the organization understand, just like what you were saying with United Airlines, everyone knows the board's decisions are going towards this focus because this is what came out. This is why we're doing this. This is why I'm being asked as an employee to, grow in this area, because this is where we all want to go as a community. And when I say community, I mean both parents, residents, the board, the teachers, custodians, our PSRP. Everybody has to understand, and that's the piece that I really, you talk about relentless, that's what I relentlessly am gonna wanna see, something that is simple for everyone to hold on to, and a focus that then we can all serve kids the best. Because I think when there's so many things going on, it's hard to get the depth of, get into the depth of the work. So those are just kind of, I don't know, not really a question, just more, I guess, thinking through why this work is important. And I definitely don't want it on a shelf, because then that is, a waste of resources. So, so yeah, and I hope the timeline, can be something that it doesn't stretch out so long that people kind of, aren't sure, are you still doing that? Or, so, yeah.
Yeah, and I have to say, I was a little bit of a skeptic about focus groups right now, right? Because you're not alone. I go to board meetings, and I have students all over the country too. And this is just the way it's rolling right now. And so thank you for your service, first of all, and everything that you're doing. But I was a skeptic. What's this going to be like right now? And that's why, again, I don't usually take on plans myself, but I've got one in DuPage County that I'm doing personally and one in Connecticut. And I am telling you that engaging with your community in this way right now is a really, really positive step. And I had to see it with my own little eyes to believe it, but it works. Because again, they're moved off of today's complaint to the future. And it's interesting.
Well, we can hopefully all agree on kids, right? That's why we're all here.
Right, exactly.
So, okay, any other? We're good. Okay, thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you for coming here in person. We appreciate that, and thank you.
Thanks. Have a good night.
Yep. All right. Next up, we have the consent agenda. I have a couple things. First, there's a lot of policies on here, and we do this, periodically, but I thought it would be maybe good for the policy chair, which is Mrs. Troutman, to just kind of give an overview of the process that the policy committee goes through before the policies get on the agenda, since they're on the consent agenda. So I'll turn it over to you, Mrs. Troutman.
Thank you, Mrs. Caforio, for the chance to walk our community through the process by which the policy committee reviews and implements change in our policies. As the policy committee sits here today with 3 current board members, we have a simple goal of quality assurance. We must assess whether the policy is still relevant, whether it's still legally compliant, whether it reflects district practices, whether the policy gives adequate direction to the superintendent, and whether or not we are getting the results we expected when we implemented the policy. A review includes a discussion of a policy topic as a whole, then an assessment of the existing policy to determine compliance and relevance. This review and discussion happens in the policy committee meeting. The last of these meetings, which occurred on December 1st, lasted approximately 2.5 hours and provided an in-depth discussion about each and every one of the policy items that are on our consent agenda tonight. This is where the work is done. Policy committee meetings will continue to occur quarterly moving forward. The discussions are between the policy committee members, any board member that wishes to attend, the superintendent, and the district team. Policy committee meetings are public meetings that the community may attend or watch live virtually or review afterwards once they're posted. We review the policies which have been updated in response to changes in state or federal laws, policies that are being reviewed as a part of their regular 5-year press review cycle, or any individual policy that needs to be updated based upon changes occurring in our community. The norm of reviewing all of our policies does not imply that any individual policy is incorrect. It simply is reviewed to determine its compliance and relevance to our district at this time. Simply put, this practice is simple, good board governance.
Okay, so thank you for that. And then I would like to actually pull items R and S from the consent agenda to be put on a later agenda. There were some questions with those that we will need to come back to at another date. So I would like to pull items R and S from the consent agenda for a later agenda. And then I'll ask if anyone else would like to pull an item from the consent agenda.
I would like to pull, stand 1 second, one of the policies in section O, policy 6.260. Stand by 1 second.
It's not on there. It's not on there.
Somebody's way smarter than me. So glad I got this.
All right.
Disregard. I would not like to pull any
Okay.
additional policies.
Just kidding, right? Okay, so I pulled items R and S from the consent agenda to go on a later agenda because there were some questions, and I just asked if anyone else had any items to pull. And if not, then if I could have a motion for the consent agenda.
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items. A, personnel report. B, financial report. C, Bright Lift transportation contract. D, ASICS athletic donation to girls cross country team. E, Nike athletic donation to girls cross country team. F, Foundation 205 donation. G, Universal Laser Engraver Cutter Systems. H, update agreement of interim executive director of communications and public relations. I, agreement residency matter. J, first read section 1, school district organization policies 1, 10, 20, and 30. K, first read section 2, Board of Education policies 2, 10, 20, 130, 240, 260. L, first read section 3, general school administration policy 330. M, first read section 4, operational services policy 4180. N, first read section 5, personnel policies 5, 10, 30, and 180. O, first read section 6, instruction policies 6, 20, 30, 40, 65, 80, 100, 145, 160, 170, 190, 230, 235, 255, 290, 315, and 330. P, first read section 7, students policy 7, 220, and 280. Q, first read sections 8, community relations policy 890. I know it sounded like I was going to keep reading,
Yes,
but I'm done.
All right.
I did second.
Oh, you
hear
did?
that?
Okay,
Yes,
sorry, I didn't hear. I was like, okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hassler. Can you please call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, agenda action items. Item A, approval of resolution for 2021 certificate of levy. Mr. Welton, do you want to give any brief comment?
Covered it, I think, unless you want me to.
I don't think so. All right, can I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the resolution for the 2021 certificate of levy.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Comments, questions? Nothing? Are you raising your hand or no? Okay, go ahead.
So this levy recommendation is the same as at the last meeting, right? You haven't made any changes?
No changes.
Okay.
Okay. All right. If there's nothing else, then you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
No.
Mrs. Stufen?
No.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes. 5 ayes, 2 no. Motion passes. All right. Item B, Administrator Contract Approval for Executive Director of Communications and Community Relations. Dr. Campbell, if you could give a little background, please.
As we are aware, our Executive Director of Communications and Public Relations transitioned from our district in early September. Since that time, we have worked with an interim Executive Director of Communications and Public Relations. Working with that interim has allowed us adequate time to engage in a very thorough and robust hiring process. After working and interviewing and engaging with candidates, we have, on this evening, would like to present a candidate for the Executive Director of Communications and Community Relations. She has gone through extensive interview process that have included administrators and stakeholders across our entire district, including that of principal leaders as well as representation from our Board of Education. At this time, I would like to present and recommend Mrs. Tanya Daniels as to be named as the new District 205 Executive Director of Communications and Community Relations. Mrs. Daniels has spent the last 5.5 years as the Director of Marketing and Communications for the City of Miami Beach in Miami Beach, Florida, where she also previously served as the Marketing of Tourism and Development Manager as well as Development Coordinator. She has considerable experience in communication, crisis communication, strategic marketing, communication campaigns, as well as media relations. Mrs. Daniels comes to us holding a Bachelor of Science in Business Marketing from Northern Illinois University, as well as a Master's of Business Administration from Rockford University. I am elated to present Mrs. Tanya Daniels as a proposed newest member to my cabinet team.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Campbell. And if I could first have a motion.
I move that the Board of Education approve the administrator agreement for the Executive Director of Communication and Community Relations as presented.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any questions? Okay, you can, I thought maybe comments after. All right, can you please call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Welcome to District 205.
All right. Well, thank you. I know you've had a very long night and you've got a lot more to go, so I will make this quick. I just would like to say thank you to the board for approving my appointment this evening, and thank you very much to Dr. Campbell for inviting me to be a part of her cabinet. It is an honor to work for somebody with her acumen and excitement for education. I've quickly learned that the Elmhurst 205 brand represents passion and excitement.
and most importantly, a steadfast dedication to ensuring that each and every child in the district receives the best and highest education possible. I am excited and overjoyed to be a part of a team that thrives to fulfill that mission every day. I look forward to sharing the many exciting stories of the students and schools while also ensuring that the District 205 is effectively communicating and connecting with all families and students and staff. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're really
Welcome.
happy you're here. All right. Okay. You good? Oh. All right, next up is the Jackson bid 2205. We've already heard the presentation, so if I could have a motion, please.
I move that the Board of Education award this invitation for bid 2205 for the identified firms for each trade package which represent each firm's bid.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Arvanites. Any comments? Sure.
I just wanted to clarify, this bid includes the renovations at Jackson with the additions, right? I mean, I didn't ask any questions again at this meeting because, you know, people can refer to a bunch of questions that I asked at Finance and Ops. But one clarifying point that I think was made at the Finance and Operations Committee meeting, we should clarify before we vote on this.
Yes, the recommendation tonight includes the base bid for the renovations and the addition of the media center and alternate one, which is the addition of 2 classrooms at Jackson.
Good. Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, yep.
I guess I just want, if anybody in the audience or who's listening to this video, this meeting, wants to understand the whys, it was talked about in the Finance and Ops Committee meeting that we just held, just to kind of encapsulate this whole thing.
Sure. Can I just add one more thing? With the addition of bid alternate 1, that makes it a $16.2 million, what we're looking at. I just want to make sure that that's clear for people watching at home. Mm-hmm.
What did you say? Sorry.
So the total amount we said was 15.2 million. If we include the bid alternate, it's 16.2 million. Is that correct, Todd?
As the whole, we were $14.7 million over, and with the alternate out there, it would be 15.7 million.
15.7 million with the bid alternate. Great.
All right. Okay, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes. Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes?
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item D, Field School Bid 2207. Could I please have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education award this invitation for bid 2207 to the identified firms for each trade package, which represents each firm's bid.
Second.
Any comments, questions? Okay, you can call the vote.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item E, Jefferson Equipment Bid 2204. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education award this invitation for bid 2204 to the identified firms for each trade package which represents each firm's bid.
I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Mrs. Hassler, second by Mr. Kaczynski. Did I get that right? Yeah, all right. Any questions, comments? Okay, you can call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. Item F, Fisher Equipment Bid 2206. Could I have a motion, please?
I move that the Board of Education award this invitation for bid 2206 to the identified firms for each trade package which represents each firm's bid.
I second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Arvanites, second by Mrs. Troutman. Any questions, comments? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Arvanites?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Mr. Kaczynski?
Yes.
Mrs. Stufen?
Yes.
And Mrs. Caforio?
Yes, 7 ayes, no nays, motion passes. All right, next is Superintendent's Communication. School year 21-22, moving forward together update and COVID metrics.
Providing the highest and best education possible is and will always be a top priority for all of our staff, our Board of Education, and administration in District 205. We are very grateful to have very passionate and engaged parents throughout the district. Recently, we've seen an uptick in some of our cases and across some of our schools. And we know that there are parents within and across our community that have various perspectives and thoughts about the regulations. Some of our parents would like to see stricter regulations as it relates to various mitigations, while some of our parents would also prefer and want and would like a reduction in those regulations. As many are aware, the Governor's Executive Order 2021-18 pertaining to masking in schools is still in effect, and currently we are bound to follow this order. While we truly appreciate and value everyone's personal beliefs, we are, as a school district, asked to adhere and follow the rules and regulations as set forth by the Illinois State Board of Education, the State of Illinois, and the Department of Health. Even in doing so, we commit and will remain committed and responsive to supporting all individual families and students in meeting the requirements as set forth. It is our job to ensure that each and every student in our district receives the best possible education with the least amount of disruption possible in a healthy and safe environment. And we all have our own opinions on how COVID should be handled, and we will continue to respect those opinions and perspectives. I ask our community to continue to respect those opinions and perspectives. However, something I think that we can all agree on is that COVID-19 has been highly disruptive to everyone, especially our children. The staff and the administration remain relentless in our efforts to ensure that these disruptions are minimized and as much as possible while our students are in our schools. In times like this, it is more important than ever that we come together with a common goal of providing our students with the best education possible. The start of the school year was brought in with much optimism and hope, even anticipation that this would all be behind us. And we appreciate the patience, the understanding around this issue. And we, as an administration, and I feel like I can speak for my board, remain hopeful each day, along with you as the broader community, that the end of COVID mitigations is closer than farther away. Until then, we take each step day, one step at a time, and we will continue in our efforts to provide our students with the best educational experience, in-person learning experience as possible. We continue to update our COVID dashboard weekly. Those updates normally take place on Friday. Since our last Board of Education meeting in November, as I've mentioned, there has been an uptick. There has also, we've also seen that unfortunately we've experienced outbreaks across the district in several locations. In each of those situations, we notify close contacts first, then notified the classroom, then we notified the community. Since there was a unique situation where multiple outbreaks occurred at the same time, we also sent a general notification to our entire school district. Through each of the outbreak situations, our strategies have been endorsed by the DuPage County Health Department, and we continue to focus on ensuring that all students and staff remain healthy. To date, the statistics and the data that we have regarding vaccinations is that over 900 students in ages 5 to 11 have been vaccinated. At this point, we have approximately 42% of our students at York who are fully vaccinated, 32% of middle school students, as well as 12% of our elementary students who are fully vaccinated. And additionally, 91% of our staff are fully vaccinated. We have close to 500 students and staff who voluntarily test weekly as part of our RT-PCR testing program with North Shore Clinical. Testing now takes place on Thursday and Friday of each week in all 12 of our buildings. At the last Board of Education meeting, the board received an update regarding the status of our layered mitigations in our schools. Importantly, though, we are regularly in conversation, regularly in conversations with representatives from ISBE, IDPH, and DCH, which is the Department of County Health Department. I apologize for the acronyms. And none of these entities at this time, even though we ask, has provided a firm answer about the number or the date for ending any school-related mitigations. However, we will continue to ask. Each of these agencies have referred to the current guidance documents, the mandates, and the executive orders from the state for any additional information. Again, I would like to end with we appreciate, we hear, we understand the frustrations, we understand the concerns, and all of that we actually take into and hear and want to validate again that we hear from our community members regardless of the various perspectives that we have. And again, we remain hopeful that one day this too shall pass and be behind us. Until then, we will continue our efforts to provide a high-quality in-person learning experience across all of our schools. That concludes my update.
All right. Questions, comments? Chris?
Yeah, so one of our nearby districts made a decision with regards to sports recently that created some angst in our community, and I've gotten a lot of questions about that. So I was just hoping you could comment if there's any intention to be curtailing sports or extracurricular activities in any way.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think that's all anybody.
That was also, Mr. Kaczynski, addressed in the superintendent's message that went out last week as well.
Yeah, understood. And then, I was going to ask if has anyone mentioned any limiting principle at all from these regulatory agencies? But you mentioned in your comments that the answer to that is no. And I don't believe, even if you separate out the part of the argument of should the criteria be stringent or should it be loose, and you just remove that and we focus on should there be criteria, I think the answer to that is yes. And persisting in this environment where our constituents have no guidance from these agencies around when this could end is going to continue to create a lot of anxiety and uncertainty. And I don't think that that's healthy. And I not only asking them if they have criteria, but telling them that we think that that's necessary to establish criteria. Even in the last 2 months, there's been a sea change, right? Vaccinations are now available for virtually all of the students that we serve. That has not been the case. But is there any reaction to that from those agencies? I haven't heard any. So I think we need to not only encourage, but nudge and push for what are the criteria where this would end? Because the longer our constituents think that there is no end, I think the more anxiety, the more uncertainty, and it's not necessary, and it is possible to establish criteria.
Jim?
Let me add to Chris's comments. A few factors. I mean, there's currently at least 43 states, and I think the number is actually much higher, that have no mask mandates in their schools. And our mask mandates, I think, will be eclipsed by the mental health crisis of our students, which has resulted from the mask mandate. My understanding is we have, in neighboring districts, we have 7 students who have committed suicide. Thank God, none in this district. But, you know, why do we tempt fate? So my question is, if we were to go counter to the mask mandate, what are the consequences? And second, is there any will in the organizations that we belong to, like LUDA and things like that, to band together with other school districts to force the issue of a mask mandate, or, you know, go another direction independently, you know, within that group banding together? You know, I'm just curious.
There has not been that discussion regarding this, and I think that, you know, in terms of the what would happen, I think that we as in superintendents have received ongoing communication from ISB, Illinois State Board of Education. Most recently, November 2nd, there was a communication that was sent out to superintendents that said that ISB will continue to take swift action to ensure compliance with the public health department requirements in place to ensure that all students can learn safely in person. They have also made available, and is public on their website under ISB Pages COVID, the particular actions that have been taken against school districts that have made an attempt to vary from that particular guidance. And so my response and answer to that is that it is still being very much closely monitored. And as we know, as of now, what action has been taken is schools that are being put on probation, and then moving as recently as December 8th to a recommendation for non-recognition.
What is the consequence of non-recognition?
So there are, I think, two of the ones in which we have elevated and shared in the past is state funding. Another one is student graduating and not having a diploma that is recognized from a state accredited school. And then thirdly is there has also seen could impact our participation in our in sport, IHSA sporting events.
Thank you.
I think that there's a turn in the tide of that, it doesn't even, how you feel about the masks, that isn't as relevant as what is the off-ramp for all of this. And I think that is the piece that now, what I'm hearing from some conversation is that we all can agree that there has to be an off-ramp, and we're not hearing that. Like at this point, we have people coming and wanting us to make, but there's no, there's nothing that tells us this will ever end. Right? I mean,
That's correct. And like I said, there's 43 other states that have no mask mandates, and they're not experiencing dire consequences. So this, I will be the first to say that when the Delta variant emerged late this summer, that we had 2,000 times the viral load and was far more contagious than the previous virus, it made me very worried. But now that's, the evidence is showing that's just not, the masks just aren't making a huge difference. So, yeah, I think there's a lot of people looking for an off-ramp.
there's no off-ramp.
Well, and I don't know if anybody else saw it, but 2 days ago, our CDC Executive Director, Dr. Rochelle, said masking is not going to be forever. So she's already setting the stage. We can follow up with that to say, what's the off-ramp?
But I do think that yourself, as our superintendent and representative of our district, is advocating with other superintendents. I guess I should ask that question. Are you? I'm assuming you are. I'm going to hope that you're telling me that you and the other districts and like all these superintendents are advocating for that. And I think Kara phrased it perfectly. What is the off-ramp? And that really should be the question that we should be forcing the people in Springfield to give us the information. Because until we get that information, we can't make a decision that jeopardizes diplomas and funding for programs that matter to kids in this district and participation in sanctioned events, in my opinion.
And we can encourage community members to reach out to those entities and ask the questions as well, so that they're, being heard from. The governor's office is hearing how this is affecting communities, and that, I think you're right, just what parameters are in place that are going to allow us to move forward to the next step. I think that would be really helpful for everyone.
Anything else? Okay. Freedom of Information Act requests. And thank you for that report. Sorry. Get tired.
That's okay. It's been a long night. We received 2 FOIA requests for minutes, which was granted, 1 student information FOIA request, which was granted, and 1 minutes transcript FOIA request, not in possession.
Next is the social media highlights.
Yep, still awake here.
It's your last time.
Yes, this is my last time.
It's our last time.
Hang on one
I
second.
feel like
here.
this is another one of these things that should be moved to the front of the meeting because it gets lost at the end.
Yeah.
And when we talk about,
It's supposed to help us end on a good note.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah. Hold on one second. It's a little sleepy here. Okay. All right. So the first social media post here is from York High School. Has a Student of the Month breakfast every month at York. Teachers from each department take turns nominating a student. These are the students from the visual and performing arts. Next, recognizing Churchville Middle School. We are thankful and grateful today and every day for our students, staff, and families past and present. Once a Charger, always a Charger, and wishing them a happy Thanksgiving. Yes. Coach Bison will be recognized by the Illinois High School Tennis Coaches Association at their winter workshop in February for Illinois High School Coaches Association 2A Girls Coach of the Year. Yep. And fourth grade teacher recognizing Valerie Baxter. Students in Val Baxter's did an escape classroom to save the turkeys with multiplication digital escape. And that concludes our social media highlights.
Thank you.
Oh,
All right.
you're welcome.
I just wanted to recognize Beth, Karen, and Courtney for doing additional IASB work and for being considered master board members by IASB. So there you go. And so thank you for that work. All right, any other board communications? All right, we have 2 upcoming meetings scheduled. January 11th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting here in District 205 Center at 7 o'clock, and January 25th, 2022, regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting, 7 o'clock here in District 205 Center. We have come to the end of the agenda. If there's nothing else, we are adjourned. It's 11:04.
Thank you.